production. What is going on? What's going on, gentlemen? This is Sir Yeetus. Welcome to episode 78 of Yeetus' Thoughts. This one is going to be a funny yet interesting topic to talk about because I definitely noticed this entire time that anytime that the Warband speaks the truth, we always attack from all sides. So we're going to talk about that very soon, and I want you guys' input. But before we start, we're going to add the one, the only, Rishi. Rishi, what the hell? Rishi, you creep me out, bro. Oh, shit. Anyway, so can you guys explain what happened with this raid that Under Chronic did? Can somebody explain why it happened? I want you guys to give me you guys' perspective. What happened on that raid? Because I was asleep when that happened. I didn't know it was that bad that the guy ended his stream within 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Whenever you guys are able to let me know, I'll read the comments. Okay, don't worry about that. And before I begin, if you guys want to support your boy Sir Yeetus, if you guys want to support the Warband, go ahead and click on the link on top of the chat and donate to PayPal.me/Yeetus. If you have a question, if you just want to say something to me, if you just feel like donating, all donations are appreciated. So, today's topic is the war on traditional men. So, what do I mean by that? The Warband's overall motto is no hymen, no diamond. And I think that's a very fair model to have because, at least within a traditional relationship, if a man has to do 98% of everything outside the goddamn house and inside the house, whether it's bringing home the bacon, whether it's fixing anything that breaks in the house, whether it's mowing the lawn, shoveling the snow, whether it's being able to maintain contact with her family, making sure her family's okay, her parents are okay, while you're making sure that your own family's okay. That's just a few that I'm just mentioning of what a traditional man does, right? And with our philosophy, with our mindset, all we're asking for is just be a virgin. That's it. Just be if you even have a chance of getting with a man of value, all we need is you to not be a hoe. That's it. That's it. And then we explain other things that the Warband believes in, right? That literally what Under Chronic said on John Anthony's debate.
You're an incel.
Whoa!
You're a misogynist.
Fuck? Jesus Christ. Whoa.
You're an incel. Why are you such an incel, bro?
Listen. That's what. But
why are you such an incel, bro? Are you delusional? Look up to the sky. Do you see
such
the
a
same
bitch?
blue color that I see?
Such a bitch.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes.
You just need to get with the times, man. Quit thinking caveman days. All right.
Yeah, we're in the future, okay? We're in the future. We're in the modern day. We're in current year. All right, man.
Quit living in the past, bro.
What are we living in the 60s? The 50s? You're not going to find a virgin, so you might as well be a horror maxer like myself.
See what Necrotic said?
Oh, man. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. But we get not only attacked by male feminists, simps, white knights. That's to be expected. But we get attacked by other members of the quote unquote manosphere. We get attacked by PUAs. We get attacked by everybody on all sides. Then I realized that it's not even really about the philosophy itself. It's because whenever the Warband speaks the truth, it hurts their pockets. Have you noticed that, Rishi?
Yep, I noticed that all too well.
See,
it's what we advocate.
Right, and as you guys see in the background, right? You see, we see Cuck Murphy, you see the succubus, the feminist war pigs, the enraged simp
boy.
Simp boy with his yellow teeth and shit. All of them are so upset. All of them are so against the Warband because whenever we speak the truth, and the truth is backed up on logic, reason, and actual statistics, right? And some things that we say, we don't even need statistics. You can just walk outside and you can see for yourself. All right? Like, we're not a bunch of stat cells. Okay, you
Yo,
don't need statistics for every little thing. That's just fucking weird. What'd you say, Rishi?
we be critical thinking out here, boys.
Critical thinking. Okay, we're in the Renaissance age. We were the new awakening, right? It's the new woke, not that fake woke bullshit. Okay, we're waking men up for the better. That's what we're doing. And anytime that we speak the truth, you see those, you see those things on top of the screen. All five of them are so angry at us. They want to fight us so much because all the feminist pigs, the gold diggers, the hobosexuals, the Cuck
But
Murphy that pretend to be masculine, the simps. We take money out their pockets, right? Because all of these things that you see on top of the screen, those purple things, those monsters, they're not here for men's benefit, okay? They're here for your pockets. What'd you say,
they're not
Rishi? Oh,
human. They're
Jesus.
demons. I'm a human, and I'm coming. I'm
Okay.
a human, and I'm coming.
What do you mean by that?
The globalists are coming in.
these fucking PUAs, these coaches, these feminists, these gold diggers, um, these simps, etc. We all wake them up to reality. We all wake them up to how the world truly works. Okay, because all this shit is happening only in developed first world countries. Okay, if shit pops off once again, like Ukraine, they will all get in line and look at us to fix the problem. But unfortunately for them, today's men, at least masculine men, we ain't doing shit, and I hope we don't do any shit because they don't deserve any type of protection from us, right? Like I said before,
Nah.
shut up. Like I said before, right? While things are good, they want to treat men like worse than trash. But when shit gets serious, the simps shut the fuck up. The cucks shut the fuck up. These feminists go digging whores shut the fuck up. These feminist fat fucks shut the fuck up. And they look at us to save the day.
Yep.
Nah, that's not gonna happen. No.
When the bombs stop dropping, gentlemen, who do they look to to settle the peace of the world so they can go on with their degenerate lives? They look to you. They'd be like, hey, you solve this, okay? It's your duty. It's your duty. You're a man, aren't you? You have to solve this. And it's like, no,
Nah. Fuck
nah.
that. Fuck that. Right? So while we were speaking all these truths on my live stream, on Ribby's live stream, on uh Chronic's live stream, we get attacked by all manners of creatures, okay? Because once again, we are attacking their delusional mindset. We are bringing down their clown world. We are bringing down their Disney fairy tale happy ending. I can have my cake and eat it too mindset. And on top of that, for other people like Cuck Murphy, John Anthony, anybody with coaches in their name, we're hurting their pockets. The more men we wake up, the less money they make. You got to understand, gentlemen, none of these people, none of them are for men's benefit. Do you really think a simp? Do you really think a simp will back a man before a woman? Do you really believe that these coaches and PUAs are sincere about their advice when they have 200 to 300 paywalls? for you to get mediocre bullshit advice? Do you really think they're for men?
Make no mistake, gentlemen. They see you as a pay pig. They see you as cattle. They see you as like cows to be milked dry. All right. They see you as nothing else than cows to be milked for their own benefit. Okay.
I agree. Do you believe these feminist pigs in their right mind want you to exist as a man? No. That's why they're making their children genderless. That's how fucked up in the head they are. Attacking you as a man and attacking men as a species. They're literally trying to get rid of the quote unquote toxic masculinity. But once again, when shit pops off, that's when they need our toxic masculinity, right? The toxic masculinity bullshit doesn't exist. Okay, let's get that shit out the way, gentlemen. It doesn't exist. All right, it's another shaming language that they like to make up.
It's just a made up word, gentlemen. Just a
Man,
made up word to shame men. All right.
it's a baseless fucking term that they want to paint all men as the very they want to paint all men as the very same men that they deal with. And what do women in their young 20s deal with? Chad, Tyrone, Pookie, and Ray Ray. The bad boys that won't hesitate to smash and dash, throw her on the side of the street, return her, refund her back into the streets.
Yep. And what does she say to you, the good man that wants to raise a family? You know, what she says to you is like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to. If I want, maybe we should just be friends. Maybe we should just be friends. While she's banging like fucking Chad and Tyrone. Maybe
Like
it's a little insult of me to say that, but it's true.
it's true. You're like a brother to me. The fuck, bitch.
It's true. Damn.
So when it comes to that part, right? When it comes to that part, that's why this toxic masculinity bullshit, it doesn't exist. Don't believe that fucking media. See, most of big media is controlled by women. All right, so of course they're gonna waste all their airtime talking mad shit about men.
Yep.
But they want to paint the degenerate bad boy, the 1 or 2 degenerate bad boys that they dealt with in their younger years, and because of their bad experience, they want to paint all men in that same light. So
Yep.
don't believe that toxic masculinity bullshit. Get the fuck out of here.
Yep. And you see my screen, gentlemen. You see the background. You see the character, the Joker Rishi character. This is the go off stream. All right. We're gonna say some shit here in this stream. This is the go off stream. We're gonna go off like the kings we are. We're gonna say the truth. All right. We're gonna tell you what's what.
Oh, that not gonna lie, that room was depressing. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's because of the dimming of the light. Like, hell, he's living a lot better than most people out there, right?
Oh yeah, true.
Like, shit, you saw John Anthony's apartment. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh man, but so in the end, gentlemen, see, once you have the Warband's mindset, okay, or anybody's philosophy that's similar to ours, expect to get attacked from all sides.
Yeah.
Expect to get, because once again, you guys saw John Anthony's girl's smile disappear in an instant when Under Chronic revealed the reality, and she knows it. She knows. You saw how she reacted. What do you say about that, Rishi?
Absolutely, bro. It's like and do not get it wrong, gentlemen. It was not a coincidence. She's just, speak of the devil. Oh yeah, sure, bro. You probably fucking texted her to bring her out there. Now I can't prove that, mind you. I can't prove that, but Isn't it such a coincidence? She came out there right as he like admitted to doxing a 19-year-old and try to defend himself against like kidnapping a girl in Vegas. Isn't it such a coincidence he brought that out there? And as soon as she came out there, Undead Chronic just denied his frame and said she was low value.
And even after that dude was exposed for being a piece of trash, he still has people for some reason siding with John Anthony,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
It's so
Oh,
fucking weird.
oh, Undead Chronic should have said that. Undead Chronic should have said that about the women. She had nothing to do with this. Yeah, sure. Like, well, what are we doing here? Like, are we supposed to not have standards? Like, how do we get into this situation in the first place? It's because we didn't have standards. And the moment a young man has standards and says, no, I'm not going to marry a non virgin, you know, and people want to be like, oh, he's an incel, he's this and that. And it's like, shut the fuck up. Just shut up. You are simping for a woman. Oh, it's like in this Hormaxer dude, it's like in his own video, he's like, oh, I would lick this woman's butthole. I would blah blah blah. And it's like, dude, you're a fucking simp. You're everything we fight against. All right, be
Yep,
quiet.
yep. Like literally, shut the fuck up because that's another thing. Thank you for bringing it up, Rishi. The fact that we make standards for the warband, and the standard's not that hard. Just be a virgin. That's it. And you may have a chance. That's it. Just don't be a hoe. But of course, we get attacked from all sides. Just for saying that. Don't be a hoe. How dare you, you incel? Like
Oh, you
what?
incel! Why don't you Why don't you simp like me?
Why? Hey, what's your leg count? Huh? Huh? How many bitches you got? That's what I
Yeah, bro.
thought. Like what? What? What does my count even have to do with it, bro? Shit. You see, Undead Chronic's body count, he said it was around 80, around there.
Yeah, something like that. But he
Something
didn't
like
bring
that,
it
around
up
there.
until John Anthony's like, "What's your lay count, bro? What's your lay count, bro?" It's like, okay, okay,
Him
bro.
saying he had 1,500 bitches, either he's lying or he is literally a man whore because, especially when he said he had chlamydia 4 times, 4 times.
It's like, wow, bro, so impressive for you.
So masculine. The fuck?
Yeah,
Nasty motherfucker.
it's like,
I,
and
what's
that's
up?
the thing. Like with us, like we never really talk about like like dating girls, like casually dating stuff like that. We talk about like building families. You know what I'm saying? It's like we're more interested in the guys that want to build strong families and have children in the long run, like
Right.
younger guys.
And once again, we're not saying, oh, you can't get married. You can't do this. We can't control your fucking life. But what we're saying is you're a dumbass if you do.
Yeah, for real.
It's
Man,
and the other thing that I was gonna say something else. Fuck. It's about that John Anthony shit.
John Anthony.
It escaped my mind.
Yeah, it
Fuck.
is also because like the fucking pickup artist and his own community didn't like him. They knew he was a fucking piece of shit,
Oh,
fucking scumbag.
I remember now. I remember now.
All right.
See, under Chronic's body count is way more realistic than the 1,500 bullshit. Okay, if you said you had 1,500 bitches, you're sleeping with some low quality, 3 at best bitches every day, or you're just lying. Like you might as well say you slept with a million bitches.
Yeah, doubt with those like Simon the Chipmunk. You know, he's not even Alvin. I don't want to say he's Alvin, Alpha Alvin. He's like Theodore. All right, he's like Theodore, the fattest, shortest chipmunk out of all of them. All right, that's what I say. That's what I say. He's like
And
Theodore.
and it's not even even though you're right, it's not even about how he even looks. Okay, he's fucking trash. Based on his actions and his decisions that he's done, he's trash.
Well,
Trash.
it is.
Why would I respect trash? I
Yeah.
would have done
Well,
the same thing that Under Chronic did. I don't give a fuck about how you feel because you clearly don't give a fuck about how other people feel. You as a man, I'm speaking about John Anthony. You as a man knows what happens when a guy is doxxed. You know.
yeah.
You as a man knows what happens to a man once his personal information is released to the public and he has these type of ideals. Fuck that. No. You know that his life will be destroyed. And you knew this. And you say that nothing was wrong with it. But when Under Chronic says, okay, be in his shoes, how would you feel? You say
Yeah.
you say it'll be not cool. But when it happens to somebody else that gets doxxed, it's okay.
Oh, I'm not a big morals guy. I'm not a big morals guy. All
See,
right.
just by saying that alone confuses a fuck out of me on why people still follow this dude.
Yeah, bro. It's like it's ridiculous, dude. This guy is like a complete fucking narcissistic scumbag. He like doesn't consider anything, and he changes his moral on a dime, right? To suit his needs and to keep up his
Just
public image.
just like a female.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like female, actually. You're right on that. So
You're gonna move the goalposts just to justify your horrible piece of shit actions.
yep.
Man, right? A man. I'm just speaking in general. A man. It's not just about sleeping with bitches. Like newsflash. Okay, just because you get some mediocre puniti doesn't make you a quote unquote man. All right.
And you know what, chat? You don't see me go off a lot like this, but I think this is the one time that is justified. This guy is so much of a piece of shit, you guys. He wanted to ruin the life of a 19-year-old because he called him a 3. Think about that, gentlemen. Think about that. Oh,
He got so butthurt like a little bitch.
and he decided to ruin the life of a 19-year-old, regardless of what he thought. Right? He decided to ruin the life of 19-year-old because he got fucking butthurt. Fuck this guy. He's a fucking piece of shit out of everyone, bro. And that's what I'll have to say.
Just like you said, why would you even follow a man with no morals?
Yeah, exactly.
And like what Rio said just now, he charges that much for an hour. I think he's on bullshit. Just because there's no way somebody will pay for that, unless once again he's taking advantage of very desperate, lonely simps out there.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the grifting side of it, right? This guy charges like 1,000 an hour. 1,000 an hour for this guy's advice. Like, I don't know, bro. This guy's like, why would you take the advice of a doxer, a kidnapper? Like, he had to flee the country for a reason, gentlemen. Why do you think he's in Brazil?
Yeah. Why the fuck is he in Brazil anyway? Fuck that.
Rio, we think alike, bro. I literally saw your comment pop up the same time I said it. But yeah, this is like, why do you think he's in Brazil, guys? It's because he's fucking guilty as fuck. He's a fucking weirdo. He looks like one too.
Like what what's his name? David said, what is David? He's a dangerous sociopath. Yeah, he gives
Yep.
off sociopathic tendencies. I can't confirm it because I know his records, but he definitely give. You see how emotionless he is about his actions.
Yeah, he looks like a fucking chameleon. And I don't mean that in like a. If you ever like look up his picture in like Google or something like that, his fucking eyes look both ways, and he just doesn't look human at all.
His eyes look fucking dead.
Yeah, he looks like a dead human being. He looks like a husk of a human being. He probably is, given the fact that he says he's not a big morals guy.
Even when under chronic went after his girl, right? I don't give a fuck. Hey, chat, I'm gonna let you know right now. I can give two fucks how rude that is. I don't give a fuck. He's a he admitted himself that he is trash. Why will you respect trash? I wouldn't. And when he said, "Hey, you know, I'll still fill you up," even the girl smiled.
She's like, she had like a nervous smile. And she was like, "Ah, honey, I'll see you later." Imagine how many dicks she sucked before kissing him, bro.
And
Ugh.
guess how did Johnny Anthony react? Nothing.
Yeah,
That
for real.
is what was concerning.
All right, but
You
yeah, I
did
have,
you see how he react? No emotion.
yeah,
When I expected something, only thing he did was repeated what his friend said, the moderator. They're like,
yep,
yeah, that's rude. With a
yeah, bro, ban his ass. But
with a blank stare, blank face.
yeah, for real. But I'll be right back. I
Oh,
gotta take a quick piss.
it's all good, man. I'll be here. So when it comes to that, gentlemen, comes to that, all right. These PUAs, these coaches, these feminists, all these people that goes after the warband, they go after the warband for various reasons, okay? Because unlike all these other people that follows, MGTOW, Red Pill, whatever it is, warband, we have our own set of standards, right? Because in my opinion, being quote unquote red pilled is only a step in the journey. All right. You don't have to be red pill forever. Just take whatever information that applies to you and move forward as a man. Just move forward. And once you are red pill, once you have these ideologies, even your friends, your family, anybody will come at you if you have any type of standard, such as no hymen, no diamond, such as I only go for girls 18 to 24, or I don't want to date single mothers. Oh man, people from a oh okay, people from a 50 meter radius. Okay, Sims, White Knight, whoever the fuck it is. Once you set your own standards, and like I said, Rishi, like I said again, I ain't gonna date a single mother. I only mess with women 18 to 24. I do not want no hymen, no diamond. Okay,
Yeah,
I not to deal with a woman that has a bunch of baggage. Everybody will attack you.
yeah.
This
And
is
here's
this
the thing.
is this is every day for the warband. We don't give a fuck. But
Exactly.
you as a man, we just want to let you know this is expected for a man with standards. You will be confronted by friends, family, whoever the fuck it is when you go against the gynocentric norms. What'd you say,
Exactly. And
Rishi?
here's the thing, gentlemen. Like the first step into stopping all of this shit is to have standards in the first place, right?
Yep.
Like you say, I'm not going to date a single mother. I'm not going to marry a non-virgin woman. Like, what do you think? That's the first step to stopping all of this shit is just to have personal standards and to enforce them, right?
Yep.
So I find it personally offensive when somebody like Undead Chronic or whoever say anywhere, it'd be like, I'm not gonna marry a non-virgin woman, right? Because that's traditionally the deal that we provide, and they offer us. I don't want to say something, that would put off normal
Rishi, are you
people, but
drinking?
it's true. Yeah,
Are you-
I'm drinking. I'm going off. Okay, I'm going off. All right, I'm going off. I'm going off.
Don't worry,
But
I'm
that's
drinking too. I'm drinking too.
but that's the traditional that's the traditional deal, right? We provide, we give our protection, our provision, we provide the resources. What do they provide traditionally? They provide their bodies, they provide,
Kids?
raising kids, they provide nurturing our kids, but they don't have to meet our deals, right? And that's the basic argument. They don't they don't have to meet their end of the bargain. So why should we meet our end of the bargain if they're not meeting theirs? That's all we're saying, right? We it's not like oh, we want to like rule over them. We want to be the big guy. No, that's not what we're saying. We want to meet, we want a deal that is reciprocal, right?
Yeah.
To what we want. We want to meet. What you put in the chat? FQA? What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean? I don't get what that means.
Bro, you put it in the chat.
No, because cesspool, he said it first.
Oh, these FUAs really are trying to dox Chronic. Yeah, for real, they are. But to continue what I'm saying, it's like the moment we put up standards, right? That we want our end of the deal. Fucked up artists. That's true. But the moment we'd be like, hey, we're meeting our end of the deal. How about you meet your end of the deal? They're like, they have all these objections, right? They come out, they shame you. They say, oh, are you fucking delusional? Or they say, oh, you're an incel. They say whatever they want. But the fact of the matter is that they don't want you to have those standards, right? And they'll say whatever they can to shame you into not having those standards. But, gentlemen, you should, all right? If you're meeting the expectation of the traditional man, you should demand a traditional woman. And you should never concede on that point, all right?
Yep. Always be 10 toes down. Okay. I'm like that in real life. I don't give a fuck who likes me or not. If she's not a virgin, I ain't dealing with her. If she's not in a certain age group, I ain't dealing with her. Hey, my family and friends know. They know. They try to argue with me for years about it because once again I was red pill since the beginning of the red pill MGTOW movement on YouTube. They've been arguing for a long. What are you talking about? Why you talking crazy? Okay, why you having all these standards? Are you getting a little bit too confident? Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I got that from my own family and friends. Just think
Yep.
on that, gentlemen. I've been dealing with this for years.
Dude, it's crazy. I still, you know, talk to people who, like, have no idea of this spear, and they'll be like, oh, when are you getting married? And I'm like, yeah, I'm not really planning on getting married. Yeah, I understand that. They say it like in a joking way, but it's just like they can't understand you, my guys. Like, you're going to be cast as like this crazy fringe. You're just crazy. Yeah, you're just out there. But no, listen, you are logical, all right? I want to say this. You have thought these things through, and people are going to gaslight you into thinking you are crazy for thinking these things. All right. And by the way, I'm not. I guess it is beer. By the way, but it's officially it's a twisted tea half and half that I'm getting pretty hyped on. But what I'm saying, I'm not saying things that are incomprehensible by your standards. All right, I'm because I said it in the beginning. This is a go off stream. All right, and I'm saying what is true here. People are gonna fucking gaslight you for your standards. All right. People are gonna say, "Oh, you're crazy. How can you expect?" You've seen it on the stream. You've seen it on the last stream. All right. I'm getting that's very true. I am getting twisted, but what I'm saying is true. All right. People are gonna say whatever the fuck they want to say of your standards, mostly because the fucking TV said that this. And we should we should start bringing people on. We should bring on that guy Pete on too, because I think he'd have a lot to say on this shit.
Oh, if that guy Pete wants to join.
Yeah, if he wants to join. But
yeah, I put it one more time.
But I'll finish this point off. People will say whatever the fuck they want to say, and people will fucking gaslight you into thinking you're crazy. But you are not crazy. You just have standards, and the whole world is simping out to women and be like, "Oh, you should just be a man whore," or they'll say you should just be a simp. All right, you should just have realistic expectation. They'll frame it as realistic expectations. How can you expect for women to be a virgin? But you know what? I'll share this with you, gentlemen. I've decided that, if I'm going to be a father, to a son or a daughter, they are going to live in a traditional family with a mother and a father. No exceptions.
Yeah, when I have a family, they won't be in this. They won't be in this country. Let's let you guys know, because it's over for this country.
Well, yeah.
I'm not raising kids in this place. Fuck that. But hey, thank you for sending your point, man. Even though it took you a minute.
Yeah. I'm sorry, dude. I'm a little twisted tonight.
Oh, I saw it good, man.
We had a good time. I wish it was there. I wish you were there.
Oh yeah, what happened to the raid?
Oh, dude, it was so crazy. Like he was getting on to this guy's stream, and it literally ended up. It was like, turn on your cam, you nerd, and it's like, you must be a white boy, and he just like got kicked off the stream, man. We fucking raided that shit. Dude, he was so fucking racist, and
that was racist as fuck.
This guy, listen, you'd fucking hate this guy. Right? You saw him. You saw his picture. He had a fucking done nails. He had a fucking luchador. Oh, he had a fucking bullfighter vest on with his fucking glitter shirt, done nails. He probably had. I looked at his eyebrows. It looked like he had them done or some shit. He looked like a fucking feminine bitch. But for real,
I'm gonna have to see if anybody captured it. I'm gonna have to look it up. Bro, somebody must have.
I swear. Dude, I don't know what it is about these like guys, like black, at least like the guys who like show their face and get popular. They're always like these feminine men who are just like, I'll wear a suit, I wear a tie, oh, I do my nails done, I have all this shit in the background. It's like, bro.
Look at all these RGB lights everywhere.
Yeah, for real.
But I'm gonna start adding people in right now.
All right, cool.
All right, let's get in. Gray, what's going on, Gray?
Good evening, Warband.
What is going on?
What's up, Gray? I like the avatar, by the way.
Thanks. Yeah, just ready to wrap this up a short while ago.
Yeah, man. Hey, everybody's loving your art.
Yo,
See,
by
chat.
the way, I like your art, dude. I
Yeah,
like the new background you made for Yeetus.
yeah.
Very cool.
Oh, thank you.
Just to let you know, chat. This is the person that created the art. So just put it out there. So Gray, when it comes to this topic today, right? When I explained that traditional men are attacked from all sides, from all various people, friends, family, feminists, gold diggers, PUAs, coaches, etc. Oh, don't forget about simps. Did I say simps?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll say it again. Um, what is your perspective on men getting attacked for having standards?
Well, that's the funny thing is that being a traditional man, it attacks so many different people, but in different ways. So we'll go with the simps first because they're really the largest population. And the reason that simps get hurt is it because you are attacking their core values.
I agree.
Like you're basically showing them, no, you don't have to be this way. Because you look at the average simp, they're not happy. The simp is miserable. But he simps harder, thinking that I'm failing because I'm not simping hard enough. I need to go even further. I need to prove myself even more. You can't even imagine that maybe he's doing the wrong thing and he needs to stop simping. And when you show that, no, you've been doing it all wrong, well, he's hit a conundrum at that point. Because now he has to decide, do I reject everything that I have ever been and become something new and unknown, which is terrifying because the unknown is scary? Or do I follow what is socially approved and double down? And
Yeah.
so they double down.
They rather double down than to face reality. I definitely know what you're saying.
Well, but remember, the reality requires them to sacrifice everything.
Yes. Yeah. Of course. Their entire, how do I say?
Yeah, they
Their
live in a
top-
delusion, bro.
Yeah. Their entire perspective on relationships, at least, is just going to fall apart like a sandcastle. It just slowly just
On a
go
house
away.
of cards. They live on a house of cards. Any like little wind they blow.
But that's the funny thing. No, they don't live on a house of cards. That's the tragedy about it. If they lived on something so fragile, then it would be easy to shatter it. The problem is their delusion is propped up by the delusion of literally everyone and everything around them. The PUAs enforce it. The society enforces it. The culture enforces it. The algorithms enforce it. Everyone is invested in the creation and propagation of simps. Their entire social life is simps. Their culture is simps. Think about all the shit, all the shows, all the books, all the music that is ruined because of what you know as a red-pilled man.
Is very true, but I would say my metaphor isn't ruined because of that. I think what it is that there are hands around it that prevent it, but all it takes is just a little blow of the breath, right, to blow their little house of cards down. Just a little truth. Maybe it's not what we say either, but maybe it's just like a little flick, of the experience that they have.
Well, that's the thing, because it's fragile, but that's why they guard it so desperately. They know deep down that it's true. They've suspected that it's true. But the consequences for shattering that lie are massive to themselves and to everything that they've built up around them.
Well, I don't think they suspected in like
clearly. I think it's unconscious for the most part that they think that, but they
Oh.
don't think of it like at the forefront. They don't think about it.
Oh, absolutely. Like
That's
they
a big
know
reason why.
deep down.
That's a big. They know that red pill rage exists in the first place.
Yeah,
Because once
They-
you learn that, you can't unlearn it, and then you find out your entire life was based on lies that everybody told you when it comes to dating per se. You know,
Like-
they didn't tell you the truth. Their whole sit mentality goes down. It's not a good experience for somebody that's like very like blue pill to
like well, that's the thing. This is something that really caught me. I haven't caught all the streams up, but when Chronic was having that argument with that PUA mod, this is what stuck out to me like a sore thumb. Was that mod arguing that women have an unconditional love for their children?
yeah, we can all disagree with that.
yeah. I
That's the
definitely
thing.
disagree.
No.
Not just disagree. We have the receipts. We have the evidence. But now imagine you're a man who like thinks, oh no, my mother absolutely loved me unconditionally and she'd forgive everything. Yeah, that has to be shattered. You have to take that man's belief that his mother loves him absolutely and unconditionally and make him believe, no, she doesn't. She sees you as a retirement plan.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So mother
then, like-
retirement, a mother retirement plan. Father is literally him passing on his legacy. So it's even then is different between the father and mother.
Like that's
Well,
the thing. Like the father. Now, admittedly, this won't be every father,
Not every
Right.
father, no.
but we do admit that the general father is he's investing in his children to pass on the legacy, but he is not expecting to live long enough to reap the benefits. It is rare that a father thinks I'm going to live off of the benefits that my children provide.
Yeah, all right. That actually makes sense. Maybe that's why we have that mentality in the first place, because it's definitely since the caveman time.
Like, that's the
ever
thing.
since the caveman times.
Like it is rare. It's been rare throughout human history for a father to see his son like really reach adulthood, let alone reach the age where he himself was going to be a father. Grandfathers throughout human evolution were at the very least somewhat rare, if not, and grandfathers that was extremely rare.
Grandfathers, at least back then, was around what, late 40s, early
Yeah.
mid to late 40s.
Honestly, it could be like if we assume that children by 20, 40, a 40-year-old grandfather wouldn't be uncommon. You could be a great grandfather at 60 easily.
Oh yeah, I was just saying, like, back in the day, not today.
Well, but that's the thing. Back
Yeah.
in the day, they were having kids much younger. I mean, heck, you could be a grandfather at 45, technically.
Yeah, because like what you were saying, the fathers, we literally did not have a long life expectancy.
Yeah, that was
No.
by necessity. So
Yeah,
Right.
like, and that's the thing.
It's-
Like, you might have one man in the village living to a really old age, but disease and conflict and just life would definitely kill off most adult males.
I
damn,
agree.
Arc Lightning. That's really a hot take right there. Arc Lightning has
Oh,
a really
I
hot
see
take
it.
right there.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see it. Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Well, I don't know if we can touch on that on YouTube.
Hmm.
But go ahead and continue, Gray.
Well, no, I think Arc Lightning does actually bring up a point, and I will skirt around it for the sake of avoiding Susan's wrath. But Rishi, you mentioned that certain demographics of Black men are pushed far more than the others. And I do think that that's a big part of it because, yeah, there is definitely a depopulation agenda. And it's the same with the simps. They don't want families. They don't want men to build strong families. They don't want men to breed, because a family, like when you have a family, when you have children, now society is your secondary priority. Like a
Yeah.
family, parents, they can turn their backs on everyone for the sake of their children.
That's definitely it. You're definitely bringing down the hammer straight on the head, Gray, because that's what I believe is just what as it's at the heart of this. I don't think they did it like at the beginning. They didn't realize what they're doing, but as soon as it was happening, they realized, hey, if I disrupt the family, then I can isolate the individual. That'll make it much more controllable for me to dictate where society leads. So
Because, like, where is an individual's support network when they don't have a family?
yep, for
It's
sure.
society.
Yep. It's like then I can morph my drone into any way I wish, Especially like I like Yeetus. I generally believe the Black community was like the this is not me like hating or anything. I believe that it was the test run for all of these things, because you like look across like what's happening now. It's
Well, the
definitely
Black
like the same
community,
thing.
the Black community, or few Black men, I'll say few Black men, founded the Pride Parade.
Yeah.
It was Black men. Fun fact.
Yep. Yep. And that's the thing, bro. That is the thing. Like, it is because like they like experimented on you guys, which is completely immoral and evil, in my opinion.
Well,
But it's like the
after the Tuskegee experiment, I'm not really surprised.
Yeah.
Well,
And
keep
like
in mind,
they
it
were
was
doing some evil shit, bro. And like I heard one case they were like even the CIA was doing like fucking gas experiments or some chemical experiments on like this like Section 8 housing. It's like evil shit.
probably, but keep in
ahead,
mind,
Gray.
it was absolutely the perfect test bed. You had a slice of American culture that was largely isolated geographically, economically. Like, honestly, that's the biggest problem, is that they became so isolated that you could completely fuck with them, create a set of rules separate for them, and you get to test them without affecting the larger population as a whole, while still having somewhat reliable results.
Yeah, for real.
Guys, I gotta stop you. Here comes the one,
man.
the only.
Okay.
You got any line next time?
Ooh.
What's up?
Or you just
What's
coughing?
up, Lion?
Hey,
Well,
Hey,
so
hey, hold up. Line next time. Were you just coughing just now?
no, that wasn't me. No.
All right, because when I added you, that was a weird ass sound. I'm like, oh shit, like is he dying? Like,
It's probably
Yeah.
because I said like yo or something. Like,
like, I'm
what's
like,
up, Lion?
What's up?
What's up, man? All right. What's your opinion on what we're talking about right now?
yeah, traditional men being attacked in general by all manners of society.
Well, here's the thing. They want to devour traditional men. Basically, they want to devour them.
Oh
Their
yeah.
work, their work ethic, their creativity, their skill. They want to devour all of that. You see, the traditional man is basically all the things that the bitch-made simps, the feminists, and the shaved apes are not and never will be. And because of that, they want to devour them.
That's why they have so much hatred towards. Oh, let's specify straight males.
Yeah, you heterosexual traditional males. Yeah.
That's why they hate us so much. Damn, that's petty. Petty reasons.
now, when you say they, who specifically?
We're talking the feminists. We're talking the machinery of the state. We're talking simps.
basically the opposition.
Yeah, because I say all manners of society do attack traditional men for even having standards in the first place. I'm sure
Yeah.
at one point anybody in the general chat that became Red Pill or follow the Warband motto, no hymen, no diamond, they were verbally attacked by somebody that were friends, family, whoever the fuck it is. Like, how dare you as a man have put standards upon a woman? How dare you?
GG2HH. Guys, you're naming them. You're naming them, but definitely like there's definitely like an incentive by people who are bankers, whoever, that they are interested in destabilizing our country, and they will, attack whoever stands in their way. Like, you notice this too. Like, anytime you speak up against like black lives, like when you're like a part of these like little communities, whether you're like gay, black, Hispanic, whatever, you know, like as soon as you speak up, be like, hey, I don't think like we should do this stuff. I don't think it's that helpful. They'll like attack you, call you like Uncle Tom or whatever, call you like a capitalist swine, white supremacist, whatever.
Yeah, no hesitation either. No hesitation.
Exactly. What do you
And
think
I
about that,
do
Ryan?
believe that there's people up there, higher ups, that benefit from this because in the end, what's most important, at least to the higher ups, is money, right?
Yes, but the thing is, here's the thing though. They actually value control. Yeah, money is one part of it, but what they really want in general is control. The ability to micromanage everybody, to control how you eat, sleep, and shit. And over the years, that control is slowly slipping their grasp, and that's supposed to happen anyway. It's part of their punishment, but still.
Yep. They're definitely panicking. I will agree with you, Lion. They're definitely panicking. They're definitely scrambling to bring man back to heel, so to say.
Yeah, they have to. They have to. That's why they created another. That's why they created another beer flu.
Who's ready for Delta Cron Spring Edition?
Oh god. But anyway, when it comes to men being attacked, right? There's always for the stupidest reasons, and that's only going to fuel men more to spread this message. It's only going to fuel them a lot more, get them a lot more angrier.
And it's and it's also going to convince young men to continue to ghost all these DNA dumpsters and trollops. I mean, it's like every other day you get this TikTok video of this trash bag talking about how she got ghosted. I'm like, but y'all made it the norm. Y'all made it the fucking norm. Y'all had no problem ghosting men all day, every day. I mean, it was a joke to y'all, and then men start doing it, and then suddenly you're crying foul. Shit, it's tough shit.
That's the funniest thing
Why
about
am
it
I
all.
alone? Why am I alone? But go on, Greg.
What'd you say, Gray?
Like, I'd honestly swear that's kind of the funniest thing. I'd swear something like MGTOW, I swear it came out of left field for them. The idea that men would just be like, fuck this, fuck my biology, fuck these hormones, fuck everything. I'm doing my thing. Fuck all y'all.
Well, I'll say that's men calling their bluff, right? And
But that's the thing.
it's like
They
as soon
didn't
as we
expect
call
them.
we call their bluff, it's just like, oh, I don't like it. I don't like. Where's my attention?
But it's not
Where's
just
my
that.
attention?
No. That's the thing. That's just the women. But no, I'm looking at from the perspective of the people who control the women.
Yeah.
They expected, like, okay, we control the women, therefore we control the men. End game, wrap it up, put a bow on it. Society's ours. They didn't expect men to go, fuck this shit.
But here's the big thing: they fail to realize once again, a man's superpower, right? That only men can do, is we're able to adapt to adversity and danger, right? And right now, women in the state are the danger. And a lot of men are starting to realize that. Not all men, but a lot of men are like, oh shit, in order for me to not get destroyed and become a slave of the state, right? And the woman is out there whipping me while I'm a wage slave in the plantation. To avoid all that, I'm going to have to walk away from this rigged game because that's the only way I can win.
But that's the funny thing, because it reveals the Achilles heel of the people in power, regardless of what demographic like one could assign them as. This points out their key flaw. They get by controlling people. They are dependent on a compliant population. They can't imagine being independent.
Yeah, but the problem is, here's the problem though. The world is too big.
Yeah, it's
Way too
definitely
big.
like it's unmanageable how big the world like is truly, because like consider like what's happened recently when they have control of like the Congress, the White House, like the whole world falls to shit, right?
Yep,
Like
they tried their
especially with like
best.
Joe Biden.
They tried Rome, Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great, Persian Empire, all these empires. They Napoleon, right? He expanded his empire. They
Well,
can go
I'm
as far as they can, right? The big state, the central banks and all that stuff. They can spread their influence far and wide, right? And they have. Don't get me wrong, right? Because in the end, globalism is their number one goal. But like what Lionel McTow said, like it's one thing to be able to accomplish that, but to maintain it is a different story.
They can't.
well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lion. Go ahead.
I just had to put that out there.
I mean, yeah. See, you're right. I mean, yeah, accomplishing is one thing, but maintaining it that's a whole nother beast. And a lot of them really can't do it, man. They don't have the wherewithal to do it, and it's just a lot of people aren't going to go for that shit.
Not to
I
mention,
agree.
there's also the issue of time.
Exactly.
Like you can accomplish it, yeah, it takes time. But I'll use Alexander the Great. The Alexander the Great that conquered all of the civilized world at the time was not the same Alexander the Great at the end of the conquest. It's one thing when you're constantly trying to conquer and take over and take new things, but when you've actually got it, that's another matter altogether.
Very true.
And you're also older, and the world has changed, and the people have changed and adapted and grown. Like, the same tactics are not going to work. And then your successors, like, you might be like, okay, I conquer, and then the next generation succeeds. The next generation grew up in your luxury. They didn't have to struggle to get to the same place that you did. So they're going to be weaker. Like, generations of control will weaken. That's why so many of them are trying to hold on to eternal life as hard as they can, because they know it's going to fall apart.
Yeah, that's why I agree.
What
I agree. What'd you say,
what-
Rishi?
Well, what I was saying, I was mostly talking about the new regime, the one that we have right now. Notice how everything in the world has fallen apart. Like how President Joe Biden, you know,
We call him Sleepy
bash-
Joe.
Yeah,
I
I
won't
call I call him the dementia patient.
Yeah, give him a nickname.
salute our president Poopy Pants. President Poopy Pants, but
Yeah, dementia patient. Yeah, no,
for real.
Yeah.
But like notice how fast the world has fallen apart. Like we have, Russia invading Ukraine. We have this very dumb beer science juice flu. We have a lot of different problems here. And this is all happening because our president is a literal dementia patient.
Yeah,
How-
nothing really happened when
Sorry.
President
President Orange
Orange
Man.
guy, yeah, Orange Man.
Uh,
When he was president, nothing happened is because everybody, including Putin, admitted that he is too unpredictable. They
Yeah,
can't read his game plan. They don't know what he's willing to do if Russia decided to invade earlier. He was like, this is too risky because literally all because of General Soleimani, the I think it was Iranian general, got blown to bits. They leveled that airport that he was in because the USC was attacked in Iraq. All right, that's just one guy.
Yeah, for real. Like he was
So-
literally like I'm not gonna reveal my plan to you because I don't want them to know. It's like this guy was like just a strong man. That's his whole qualifications. Like he was a strong, confident, smart man.
He'll look in you in
And-
the eye and say, "I will end you."
Yeah, for real. Like, and that's enough to be president.
Yeah,
You know?
that's why the
Honestly-
world was in peace for the most part. Of course, Syria, the Middle East and stuff, they're always going to go at it. But overall, the superpowers or the powerful countries were pretty cool while he was in office.
There's a reason why a literal TV star could run the country better than career politicians.
What'd you say, Gray?
Well, the thing is, I'm actually reminded of an old anecdote, actually from French history, of all things. King Louis XV to King Louis XVI. King Louis XV, who I believe was the Sun King, one of his famous quotes was, "Après-moi, le déluge," or roughly translated, "After me, the flood." And it was. Because you know what followed King Louis XVI?
What?
The French Revolution. Because King Louis XVI was fucking incompetent.
See, and that's the crazy part, right? That is the craziest part. Don't you just love it? See, this is why ever since the early 1900s, at least around 1940s and 50s, you guys heard Malcolm X's quote, "The media is the most powerful weapon."
Yep.
And I believe it's the most powerful weapon in history. Even more damaging than the nukes. Because they can make the bad guys look good and the good guys look bad.
uh-huh.
Right?
At least to the majority of people.
Well, that's
To the majority of people, yeah.
Well, and that's kind of the funny thing, like good, bad. Like you can look at it in somewhat the absolute sense, but I
I know
guarantee
there's
you,
variables,
but-
yeah.
but I guarantee you right now, like there's people looking at the Ukraine conflict, and what is good for some is bad for others, just due to their relative positions and the stakes they hold.
Well, here's the thing, Gray,
Hmm.
and I'll say this to the other people in the panel. Like most people look at it like a dichotomy, bad or good. They view Russia as the bad guy because the fucking TV told them so. Yeah.
Well, let's
It's
just say
it's literally
I-
that.
But yes,
I
but yeah,
know
Like-
why he's doing what
Right.
he's doing. Okay, I know why the bad man in Russia is doing what he's doing. I understand why he's doing it. Let's just put it like that.
By
Okay.
the way, what Lion? What were you gonna say?
I mean, I agree with everything you said. I mean, for the longest time, Ukraine was Russia's bitch. I mean, it is what it is.
Like but the larger point I'm trying to make is that the narrative is more so about controlling when it comes to good is bad or good or bad is good, what the real power is, it makes people act against their own self-interest by confusing the message. At
Yeah,
the end of the
I
day, what is good for you as an individual is something that benefits you.
All I'm saying is a control of information is the most powerful weapon next to nukes, right? 'Cause, of course,
Absolutely.
nukes, nobody wins. Everybody, pew, gone, right?
That's-
What'd you say?
Like, yeah, like the media is capable of, in a broad allegorical sense, annihilating entire armies without expending any physical resources.
Sun Tzu.
True. Sun
art
Tzu
of war.
would be fucking proud
Exactly.
of what the media's
Oh,
accomplished.
yes, man. Yep. The warfare is based upon deception.
He said, I didn't. Why didn't I think of that?
That's why we gotta fight. That's why we gotta you gotta try, right? You can't let these guys like this, like, you know, blackpill us, right? It's like, because we do make a difference,
Well,
even if it's small. Even
that's
if it's small.
Well, that's the thing. That's where like all these channels, like the Warband, like the MGTOW, Red Pill as a whole, we are effectively taking soldiers away from our opposition years in advance.
Yeah.
Because at this point, even kids in high school, hell, I even heard a 8-year-old say, you know, even though it's a meme, the Z's meme, you know, when women detected, opinion rejected. Like it's getting it's getting to that young crowd, right? That's the entire goal. We need to open up their eyes young.
Yeah, and
Okay.
that's the thing. It feels like dirty pool, but our opposition is going for the children. We have to go for it just out of a matter of practicality.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they will get them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the thing is, but the children are not as dumb as the media would like to think they are. They're not. They really aren't. I mean, there's some kids out. There's some children out there. Some kids that actually get it. They're actually smart. I mean,
Well, I know
Yeah.
that's.
Yeah. And
Like, I'm sure. Sorry, like
Go
this.
ahead.
This is something that I imagine more people than me. Chances are you have it. But you ever get that idea as a kid where like, I just want someone to speak to me like I'm an adult.
Yeah, but
I see what you're saying.
yeah, totally true. But Gamer reminded me of something, of a quote. You know, he says it in a
MLA
way.
quote.
He says, "Good must fight evil, or evil runs free." But it reminds me of the quote that you know, evil prospers when good men do nothing, and
Yeah,
we
that's
must
the
do
yeah.
something. All right.
Oh, that's pretty much a Martin
And-
Luther King Jr. quote, right?
Yeah. Well,
He who passes
I
I got it right here. He who passively accepts evil is as much involved in it as he who helped to perpetrate it.
well, yes,
Right.
like,
He who accepts evil without protesting against it is really cooperating with it.
exactly. In other words, your silence is your approval.
Yeah, actually, I can even just quick Google search. Actually,
well,
the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Can actually be traced back to John Stuart Mill in 1867.
well,
Okay.
regardless, that is true. No matter who says it. All right, but
Yeah.
that's the thing. We must do something, and we are doing something. All right, regardless of how small the impact is, because of what we have to deal with censorship.
That's
we are
why-
doing something.
That's why I always go after the trad thoughts, the chameleons, right? Because
Yeah,
they say, "Oh, you know, we're not bad, man, good." I'm like, okay, why won't you call out your sisterhood? Why won't you call out the divorce and family courts? Why
Exactly.
won't you call out these mothers that are actually throwing their fathers in jail or taking the kids away? All these evil atrocities that they're doing. Why won't you call them out? Because once again, like what the quote says, you doing nothing against it is just as bad as doing it. Because until I see you protesting in front of these courts with signs saying abolish family courts or something like that, I would never ever trust you. I don't care how traditional you are, at least in the States. I don't care how traditional you are. I don't care, because you can easily turn on me at any time. And like I said before, women, they base their decisions on emotions, and emotions change like the weather.
Well, that's the
Yes.
chameleons are just looking to save themselves by following the weather. They they are smarter and looking at and like, all the men with the money and resources are looking for this type of woman. I'll go be like this type of woman so that I have access to this shit.
Yeah, Roma Army.
Very true. Successful endeavors. A lot.
But that's the big thing, right?
Leave.
That's the biggest thing. I call out both. I call out chameleons. I even call out the so-called chat thoughts. I call them chat thoughts because I don't believe they're virgins in the first place. And I call out the women that walked away from feminism. I'm like, okay, what's going to stop you from walking back?
Yeah, like as far as I'm concerned, it's like being an ex-feminist is like being ex-CIA.
All right, that's a good comparison. It makes no sense.
Yeah, the way exactly is. The way I see it, I don't trust not one of them, man. Call out the chameleons, you call out the ditch pigs, you call out the simps, you call out the male hyenas, you call them all out. See, I call out the simps because they'll say that they want to make everything safe for women, but here's the thing. They want to make everything safe for women, but they don't want to make everything safe for men, children, or everybody. They just want to make things safe for women. That's how you know that there's a pathology at work.
Yeah, when it comes to men, go to war and die. That's all you're good for. True quote. Look online.
Now that's the thing with simps. Like of all the groups that we oppose, I actually have the most hope with the simps because there's disingenuous simps, but there are some simps out there who are acting purely on the childish emotional level of we want to look out for women. We want what's best for women.
Yeah.
If
some of them just pull that shit because it's the only way they can get laid, and it's really sorry. It's pitiful.
Well, that's the thing. That's where I personally separate the simps and the feminists. Yeah. This with the ones that I think of, again, personally, not expecting anyone else to follow this as simps, are the ones who genuinely love women but are weak-willed and don't understand the self-destructive nature. Those are the ones that can be saved and probably the ones that are capable of reaching. Then there's the feminists, the ones who don't give a fuck. They're only there for their own self-interest and power, and they see simping merely as a way to acquire such power. Those are the ones we can't reach. We can't reach those. They're not interested in independence. They don't actually care about anyone other than themselves.
But yeah, like what Cesspool said, the red pill / MGTOW philosophy is way bigger than what society wants us to believe. We are worldwide now. If you told me 8 years ago that the red pill, the MGTOW, hell, even the Warband, that we were going to go worldwide within 7 to 8 years, I would have called you fucking nuts. But no, literally, people around the world are adopting this philosophy.
Yep. Our philosophy, that philosophy is on autopilot, bro. It's what Lion always says.
Because once again, men, we think of we are rational thinkers. All right. If we find something new, something that we can incorporate into our life to make it better, we will. And the fact that we have people talking about a philosophy, even though a good amount within the last 2 years are grifters, there's a lot of people incorporating that to their life around the world. People in Africa, people that there's one person that was in Siberia. It was crazy. I'm like, bro, you got internet up there? I'm like, holy shit, but that's why this is why I talk the most shit about grifters and POAs and coaches, right? Because if you guys decide to donate, that's phenomenal. Thank you very much for donating, right? Because you believe that my content is good enough for you guys to donate. That I appreciate that 1,000,000%. All right, I don't do this for the money. Okay, if you don't donate to me at all, I don't give a fuck. As long as my uh message get out there, right? Especially with the realization that a few members, especially OG members, are not here on Earth anymore. Rest in peace, Vinci McTow.
Rip.
That brings me into a perspective about my mortality, right? I'm not done yet. I'm not done giving out this message. And one day I may or may not be here anymore. So every day, you know, whether it's live stream, shorts, whatever videos, I'm gonna put it out there. And hopefully one of you motherfuckers archive it. Because once again, I don't give a fuck about the money. I don't give a shit. All right. I've been doing this way before the money. Way before you guys, you know, decided to donate to me. I do this because I don't want you to go through what I went through and what countless men in the past went through. Okay. Is getting burned, right? And the earlier you men learn, the better. Because it's a lot worse if you get burned 10, 20, 30 years into a relationship or marriage. Because you don't have that much time to start over. If you guys get what I'm talking about.
Well, that's actually something kind of on the subject of money I'd like to expand on if you'll permit a bit of a rant.
What's up?
A lot of money, I feel, is misunderstood. So I'd like to get this out there. Money is, in its purest sense, human time and effort. That is all. That is what you are spending money to acquire. If you're going for a physical good, you are spending the time and effort to manufacture, acquire, and deliver that physical good to a location where you are. When you're purchasing a service, you're literally purchasing someone's time and effort. When you sell your labor, you are exchanging your time and effort for someone's money. So doing something solely for monetary gain, you always have to think, what is the real objective? I'm doing this, selling my time and labor, but I need someone else's time and labor. If you didn't need someone else's time and labor, you wouldn't need money, period.
Exactly.
So when it comes to stuff like the Warband, we got to think, what's the objective? And when you realize that the objective is something that it can't really be purchased with money. Like, I mean, for fuck's sakes, the Warband could have a budget of $1 million, but that's not going to get people to actually understand what they need to. It's only going to be through the transfer of ideas, which is something that you can purchase with money, yes, but there's far more efficient ways than money. The background art is key. I didn't take a cent for the background art, nor do I intend to, because, well, it's the most valuable thing I could donate. My time, my labor. And I figured
That
that's
art is still sick as fuck, though.
That's like, it's more important to me that the Warband gets that then I get a little bit of extra money. I mean, shit, I would donate anyway. This I figured was a better way to donate. And I'm sure that everyone here listening, you've got something else. You've got more than just the physical currency. And not that physical currency isn't useful, but there's probably tons of ways that you can help out the Warband or help out the larger cause of the Warband beyond just sacrificing the fruits of your labor.
I agree. You don't see the Warband rocking what Rolexes and getting these Bugattis or Maseratis. Like, ooh, look at us. We're so alpha. We're so red pill. Ooh, no, we're not. What'd you say, Lion McTow?
Yeah, I'm past all that clown shit. Yeah, you buy the expensive Rolex, the monkey suit, the Bugatti, and all that. I'm past all that shit.
I agree 1,000,000%. We are doing something that we wish that our male figures in our lifetimes told us when we were young. Okay, we are just I feel like what Gray said again. This is beyond any type of monetary gains. That's why we have no courses. That's why we have no books. That's why we don't stop our content until you give us likes or you donate a certain amount of money, because that is disingenuous. That definitely does not show that we are having men uh, in our best interest. No, not at all. I want to get to the point where if all else fails, right? All else fails, we made men, as many men as possible, wake up, and in turn, they're able to wake up their future sons, and then it just keeps going and keeps going, right? Because the V for Vendetta, it is very difficult to kill an idea.
Well, and that's honestly, I'll like fuck. I'm almost 3 beers deep here, so
What's up?
fucking forgive this drunken rant. But in a purely selfish sense, I think that I would be much better off in a world full of strong, independently thinking men than I would in a bunch of subservient ones.
I agree, 1,000,000%. Why you say that?
That's the thing. That is the purely selfish motivation for doing this. No altruism needed, no greater good needed. I honestly just think that I personally am better off in a future where there are a bunch of strong, independent minded men working in their own self interest with a greater sense of the truth.
Well, just like what that guy P said, right? The objective is to just make men think, to make men wake up from their blue pill slumber.
Yeah, I agree 1,000,000%. But I'll say this. Lon MGTOW, what do you have to say to that?
I mean, I most certainly agree. I mean, as long as you can wake one man up with your message, you've done your job.
Like,
There's
not saying that he can't go back to being a simp. If he does, that's his choice. Fine, but he needs to know that he has that choice, and not blindly being led into the slaughterhouse, known as divorce and family courts.
And that's the thing. Like, if a man is, like, honestly, and it's really the mass simping for whores. That's a problem. If a man is like, this is my wife, the mother of my children, I would do anything for her. Honestly, I can't fucking mock that shit. But if she's a decent woman, it's fucking this bullshit simping for every goddamn horror that comes in off the fucking slick ass street covered in Jack Murphy's leftovers.
Yeah, pretty much. The OnlyFans and the Twitch thoughts, pretty much. All they have to do is Twitch, and they're a millionaire in 1 month. Like what? Like, wait a minute, something ain't right. Hold up, wait. Where is she getting this money from?
I mean, seriously,
what is the source?
If there's a fucking Twitch thought that's a fucking millionaire, the only use you should have for them would be to how to extract as much money from them as possible for yourself. That's about as far as your interest in a Twitch thought should go.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's how it should be, right? But unfortunately, through decades of men being treated like trash and being isolated because of petty reasons, right? Because now that women have a lot more choices now, thanks to social media, they can reject a man just for one stupid reason. And it got to the point where men out there, unfortunately, they are that desperate enough to go in on OnlyFans or Twitch, and people are like, "Oh, why don't they go on these adult sites? They're the same thing." It's all about the connection.
I want the relationship.
Yeah, even if she just reads out his name when he donates.
I'll be quite honest. If I was better at programming and just a little bit better at art, I'd be fucking making some goddamn AI and just being like, here's your fucking virtual Twitch thought, and guess what? I've programmed her to actually give a shit about you personally.
You heard about some dude in Japan marrying AI?
I've heard about that. I've heard the results of for the results of sex dolls, but if you could fucking
That was
combine them, like,
hilarious.
look, here's the thing.
But I understand.
You got to make it accessible to the tech illiterate. It's just like, look, here's your fucking virtual girlfriend to text you. Here's your fucking avatar. Here's her playing some fucking virtual game on a virtual phone. Like, here you go. There you go. Fucking have that. That'd probably be enough for just a huge quantity of guys.
I agree. That'll be it.
Like, look, here's a virtual girlfriend who cares about you. No, just someone that acknowledges their existence, cares about their struggles. That's it. That's all most men want.
Yeah, and
just one person.
That's why a lot of streetwalkers, they always explain, not just in the United States but around the world, a lot of men, they don't even pay to have that puniti, just so somebody can talk to them and have some type of companionship with the opposite sex. That happens, gentlemen. If you didn't know, there's men out there, they do not pay just to have puniti. They don't pay streetwalkers for the puniti. They pay just to talk, just to have a connection with a woman.
And they basically doing it as they do it to a bartender, but they do it to women.
Yeah. Bartenders, the female bartenders, definitely. I don't know how all these bartenders knows all these men's secrets, but then I put two together. I was like, oh, okay. He's probably drunk and just pouring out his feelings to her. Like, oh man, life is so hard. Life is this.
Exactly, and that's a fatal mistake that they make. It's a fatal mistake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. The girlfriend experience, like what Bray was saying, pretty much.
Yes.
Yeah, like, seriously, men do need. Honestly, I think that's one of the biggest reasons why the church was annihilated too, because good luck confessing to a priest nowadays if your church even has confession as an option. Like, men don't have anywhere to unload.
Yeah, because now the churches have also been cut. It's getting out of control. It's getting like men. And we talked about male spaces before. I think a few live streams ago. I'm pretty sure I talked about it. But men don't have no gentlemen's clubs. I mean, talking about male only, like bars, cigarette rooms, etc. Just men, just talking about ideas, or a man just confiding to another man about their problems. Because once again, you do not pillow talk with a woman. I repeat, you don't do that shit.
God, no.
What did you say, Greg?
I am 100% positive that the elimination of male spaces was the actual reason for prohibition.
I can see that's the reason. Yeah. That's that. You know what? Now that you mentioned that, I definitely do agree with that. God damn, they go, oh, you drink too much, you're not at home to come to the kids, blah, blah, blah. Nah. They don't like it, and they admit it. They admit it. For decades now, they don't like it when men are alone together.
Well, that's shit. It. Now they're trying to shame men for gamers. It's like, bitch, this is the last fucking refuge that men have. They're alone. They're fucking talking with guys over the internet at the couch. They're still in the house. The kids are still around. Shit, they might even play with the kids on these video games. But you can't even let them have a conversation with men that you don't directly influence.
Like, hold up. Wait a minute. You don't even play video games. Why are you bitching about it?
Exactly.
Well, because it's fucking attention that's not being given to them, and it's a conversation they can't control.
Right. What'd you say, Lightning McDowell?
I mean, I agree 100%. I mean, if they're not in the conversation, or if they're not controlling the conversation, they got to derail it, or throw their 2 cents in there, and just for the most part, just be a complete nuisance. Yeah.
And this goes even to just the family, right? Just the family portion, not just society, not societal issue. Just with your own family. When your girlfriend or the wife, I'm talking about in general, not anybody specifically. When the girlfriend and the wife bring their friends over, the man leaves the room because, first off, I ain't dealing with this useless, stupid female talk, right?
Okay. Yeah,
And, but
yes, but a bunch of cackling bitches is what it is. Yeah, keep
yeah.
going.
Have you seen the new episode of Kardashians? But when the man brings his friends over, right? And all the other wives or whatever, and the men are downstairs by themselves, watching, TV or playing video games, drinking beer, having a great time. No matter what, no matter how many times you say, like, hey, you're just gonna be the boys, like, just do your thing, we just gonna chill out. They always come and get nosy. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, what's it to you? Go away. What the fuck? I told you not to come down here.
Exactly. It's like why the fuck do you care? Standing in there, just
Right. I stay out of your group. Why are you in my group? Like, what the fuck? Go away. And even when they go away, they still come back later on. So that definitely gives me the indication that on a societal scale, prohibition played a big part in women wanting to destroy jumpmen's clubs solely because they weren't a fan of a group of men getting together and having a good time, right?
But that's the thing. It's not just the women. It's also the men in charge. They don't want the lesser men to be getting together and having private conversations where they can group together and have discussions about society that maybe they don't entirely approve of.
Yeah, I agree. And another thing that they really cannot stand is if you go to another country and have these conversations with other men in those countries. They really hate that. They can't stand that.
Because once again, fun fact. How did the United States Marine Corps was created? Do you guys know how they came to be?
Nope.
3 men at a bar. Literally.
Not surprised. But
literally, 3 men at a bar. It was like, hey, yo, we should create the Marines. Okay. And bam, the United States Marine Corps was created. The secret societies, Skulls and Bones. I don't know if the Illuminati exists, but whatever. But other
fun fact about the Illuminati. The original Illuminati, at least, they actually supported the education of women.
Okay, no wonder they're evil as fuck.
Yeah, so when you hear that the Illuminati controls the world, it's like, there's some validity to that.
You're not that far away, man.
In spirit, at the very least.
Exactly. And what else? There was a lot of philosophies, a lot of societies, let alone secret societies. There were a lot of
scientists, even.
Yeah, even scientists.
Like that's the thing. Like a lot of the OG big scientists, like Edmund Halley, Robert Hooke, who did Hooke's Law, they often had a lot of their discussions on current scientific advancements in coffee shops, of all places.
Oh yeah.
Yep. That's why in general, right? That's the biggest thing. When society transcends, right, or ideas transcends to the next level, it's because a group of men gets together and speak to each other, right? That's what I believe. Of course, it can happen by yourself, right? A good idea. But in general, many philosophies, many inventions, many historical moments happens when a group of men get together and talk about it.
Actually, I'd say I kind of wish I could grab the world leaders and say this. The first one of you that creates male-only physical spaces is going to have the next great leap forward in science, technology, and philosophy.
Bro, do you know how much women will scream like banshees if that ever happened.
Yeah,
Holy
that's
shit!
it. Oh
But
yes,
that,
and I
that's-
say, so what the hell? What, just tune them out?
like that's the thing. That's why I'm grabbing the political leaders. I'm not trying to convince the population as a whole. I'm going to the fucking, like, not Joe Biden's, of course, because he can't understand shit. But like,
But do you
the
think the
Vladimir
people in
Putins-
power, hell, they're not safe either from these feminists' wrath. They'll do something, you know.
They-
like-
well, okay, but
it's-
here's the thing. Wait, look at the feminist. Sorry,
They do
Lion,
have
you
some-
go first.
They
I'm
do
not
have.
saying.
Here's the thing: they do have some hedge of protection because they got the resources. But other than that, they're. But yeah, I agree though. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
but that's-
saying that they themselves are going to do it, right? It's just the people, well, aka Sims, fight on their behalf.
Okay, but
You know?
let's be honest. No. Who are the simps that are actually a threat? The cops and the military, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
Who do they owe? Do you honestly think that the cops and the military would not step on a woman's neck if the person who signs their paycheck told them to?
Oh, yeah, it already happened, especially with that horse thing.
So then if the people in power say, hey, these are male only spaces, don't let the feminists burn them to the fucking ground, do you think the cops are going to side with the people who give their paychecks or the feminists?
No, people that give their paychecks, yeah, I agree.
So that's
But-
the thing. The women and the simps are not the ones who are actually a threat. It's the people in power who use the women and simps as tools to achieve their aims. You convince
Well-
the people in power that giving men male only spaces to discuss stuff is in their personal benefit. They will do stuff and ignore the whining and bitching.
Well, they better keep these male-only spaces top secret, and if not, have heavy-ass security, right? Because these
Oh, that's-
feminists or male feminists won't hesitate to burn
Okay.
that bitch to the ground. They won't give a fuck.
That's what. But at the same time, another thing that was popular were male retreats, so that nobody knew where the hell you were going. So hey, that worked too.
I'm just saying, like, especially with the prohibition that happened, it didn't stop, these women walking up to bars and fucking that place up, and nobody did. They couldn't really do anything about it, right? They're like, oh,
And
okay.
that's why you make the place members only.
Yeah, so it kind of has to be the same thing as hunt camps in, well, like, I'm up in like northern Canada. Hunt camps are a thing. Not sure about all your locations, but that's really the last male space up here is a hunt camp.
Yeah, or think tanks. Yeah, think tanks. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Well,
that's
yeah,
the thing. There's
that's what I
the
was saying.
options, but
Yeah.
this is why I think that the people in power are so pro-feminist. Is because they know that if a whole bunch of men got together to discuss shit, they probably wouldn't hold power very long.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's inevitable.
Yeah, they're really just kicking the can down the road. They're not solving anything.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time. Yeah, fuck, like, there's already a bunch of men right now, right? They don't even have to be within the space. They are talking about the bullshit that's happening in society.
Well, the
They're getting
increase in
sick and
gas
tired of
prices,
it, right?
the increase in
yeah,
gas prices is the biggest thing. Like, that's the biggest red flag that even the average man cannot afford to ignore the rising gas prices.
Right. That's why the 18-wheeler protests is happening, right? It started in Canada, now it's happening in various parts of the world. On top of that, a group of people called the PROUD boys were created because of a group of people.
Funny
came
thing
together.
is, the protests in Canada haven't actually stopped. They've just stopped being covered.
Right. It's still going. I believe it's still going. Yeah. Because I don't hear nothing from Canada anymore. Nothing.
Yeah.
So-
no, and now there's fucking Deltacron because God knows how much. Like, that's the
I
thing. How
mean,
much
the
of
beer
this-
flu.
Yeah.
You think
You can't.
you think
Don't say the actual word.
you think DR is already tripping the algorithm?
I won't be surprised because once again, what happened last year.
Fair
What
enough.
happened I'm just saying what happened last year is and got sniped. Hammerhand
Doctor
got
Bug. Fair
Hey,
enough. Okay, fine. Doctor
Hammer-
Bug then.
Yeah, Hammerhand got sniped midstream. We were all in a stream together. His entire channel gone because of something that he spoke about the beer flu 9 months prior.
Fair enough. Then I'll call it Dr. Bug from now on.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
called it.
Yeah, but like Dr. Bug is like, are people not paying enough attention to the Far East right now? Or are they actually going to try to push another they're going to try to close things up again.
No, I think they're going to try to. They're going
what
to
was
try.
it?
Here's the thing. They're going to try to ride. They're going to try to push this and ride this out until the midterms.
Yep.
Hmm.
And guess what? It's going to be the midterms. The Democrats are going to get slaughtered. They're going to get slaughtered. If they somehow, some way, still keep a lot of seats, then you know for a fact shit is not right. If you guys get what I'm saying. So
Let me actually check on the Canadian election cycle, just see if that might coincide with anything.
well, there's a reason why, immediately, I think when the Ukraine and Russia thing happened, immediately all these mandates started disappearing. Immediately.
Yeah, that was on purpose.
I'm like,
Yeah, because now you have a new boogeyman and now you have a new distraction.
Exactly. And once that stuff is resolved, I know they are going to try to go for around 2, 3, and 4 of the beer flu. So
Ooh. Actually, yeah. So like I'm in Ontario. It's vague enough. Yeah, June 2nd is the next election cycle for us. So,
Uh-huh.
mm,
So yeah, they're already starting then.
yep, they're trying to get rid of all the BS that they were doing just to, save their butts.
well, right now we have the equivalent of a Republican state leader. So it'd be curious. Like Trudeau is not particularly popular right now.
Yeah, nobody likes to gimped out punching bag.
Yeah, fuck that guy, right? And this is why, because once again, traditional men, it also corresponds with, men actually getting together and talking about important shit. I definitely agree. And why men get attacked from all sides. Why there is no male spaces anymore. Like,
Yeah.
well, why can't we have male spaces anymore? Like, what's wrong with that, right? And then the audacity of these females talking about, oh, women don't have places to express their feelings. I'm like, bitch, what?
They can literally go
What?
to a fucking. They can go to a beauty salon and it just completely dump their garbage off there. It's just
They have what? The Wendy Williams show, even though it's over. They have Oprah. They have Dr. Phil. They have Steve Harvey. They have countless female content creators to
yes,
talk about their bullshit, right?
Yeah, to talk about their bullshit and to psychoanalyze men. I mean, it's just complete rinse repeat dog shit.
But as soon as one man says, you know what, I don't think feminism is a good idea. Channel gone.
Yes, and that's exactly why I've said that the next step is to just create spaces that are members only. If they don't like it, tough shit.
Yeah, that's why there were instances where people did try to take down channels such as, MGTOW TV and other alt platforms that supports men.
Although, okay, I'll admit though, funny thing that I noticed today, Ribby is like 10.1K subscribers away from getting his silver plate.
Yeah, we're pushing for him to get it. Yeah, we are hoping he gets that shit. That will be a big deal for Ribby himself and the Warband in general. That means we're making a lot of progress. Okay, he cheated the algorithm. I'll give you that. He did. He found the secret sauce to get around feeling Susan's wrath.
I think he's also casual and lighthearted enough to get away as like the humor and comedy and mild roast bit. Like everyone else gets like either harsh like Chronic or kind of serious like you.
Yeah, I'm known as the serious person of the Warband.
I mean, you got a fucking skull for an avatar. It's kind of hard to put you off as laughable.
True, I do have
Ribby's got a drunk frog. That's a little
Yeah.
more easier
I
for
do
most
have the
people to
soul
do
of Simps in the background as well. So,
Ooh, Sim Soulsburg Green. Good to know.
Ribby and Rishi are the funny ones. I'm the serious one. Undead Chronic is pretty much in between. He can go back and forth on it. You know.
Yeah, it's the thing. Like he laughs, but as he laughs, he roasts.
Yep. The way he roasts. Don't worry about Rishi. He probably passed out. He left. I didn't do anything. I didn't kick him out. But while we're here, we're gonna add. Let's add Carry On. He's been here. He's been waiting for a bit. What are you doing, Carry On?
I'm good.
All right, cool. So based on what we were talking about, right? Based on the topic, what's your perspective on traditional men being attacked from all angles of society, pretty much?
Well, Gray was kind of right when he said that a traditional man is technically the bane of everything that exists right now. Like, PUAs technically want to feed on, they all want to feed on something or someone or want to gain something. So PUAs want to feed on weak men. And, like, if you're traditional or you have standards, just that, it's kind of hard to become a simp. And you want everyone around you that you care about to have standards as well. So if one person has standards and they're sticking to their standards, people around them start to pick up those standards because they'll see that if the person's actually improving in their life, people are like, oh, he's improving his life. He has these standards. Let me pick up these standards, see if they work for me. And if that happens, more and more men will start having standards and less shit will be going through. So there'll be less suckers for PUAs to pick up. And that's the same for women that do the same thing, especially gold diggers. Governments don't like it because they need women because women are extremely good at manipulating dumb and weak-willed men. And weak women will give anything to a woman. So money, and by doing that, a man technically shackles himself to a woman, and a woman shackles herself to the government. So it's like, I control you by proxy of this woman. So it's like, yeah, they don't want people to have standards of who they are and what they choose to do with themselves and who they involve themselves with. So that's
And
one
when
reason
men
why.
and when men walks away from society, everybody within that society loses, even the government. Even they lose.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
No,
that's
government is not really a person; it's an entity that feeds off other people.
Of the production of a man's production, you know, pretty much a wage slave.
no,
It's not for that. It's like the government literally feeds off every aspect of humans.
Well,
Be it
every
their death,
aspect,
their
but what I'm
life.
saying to take care of the very
Oh yeah,
people that they're controlling to control men, they need men's resources to keep feeding these leeches, aka modern women. And once more and more men are walking away from society in general, I'm talking about like marriage and all that crazy stuff. Uh, even the government is like, well, damn, that's money out of my pocket because if more and more men start walking away, how am I going to keep up with the payments taking care of these women, right?
oh
Because
yeah,
majority of them they rely on welfare, because
yeah.
they're strong, independent, right? Even though they're on welfare. So if
Exactly.
that dries up, that's going to be a big problem.
I think the French government has something similar to that because they made a law that you're not allowed to check your child's DNA test and do all that stuff.
That is beyond bullshit. I read it up. Holy
Yes.
fuck!
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that shit too. Like they pulled some shit in Georgia where, you could actually have like a sheriff come and pull you out of work, tell you to go home and get your clothes. Don't take anything else in the house. Just leave your house if a woman like tries to like if she divorces you or she says that you commit some kind of domestic violence. That's how to get down in Georgia. Yeah.
Men are paying 70% tax in Venice. Is that how you say it?
Venice.
Yeah,
Venice.
Venice.
Damn.
Okay, I'm not surprised, but
So what was some of the other people like? Shit.
What's up?
70%. And that, okay, let's be honest. That's not even all men. That's just like a select amount of men, because there's like some guys are probably below that and after, but that's
Right. But more likely than not, men are paying off their
yeah.
taxes, right? So let's say hell, 40% of the men are like, you know what, I'm not paying taxes. The government will be in deep shit.
Like I think like 48 million people quit. I think in 2020. I think.
Yeah, the government will be in deep shit because once again, they rely on taxes for not just taking care of these welfare queens, but everything else in general, especially military.
Ian, could you provide a source for that? I'd actually like to look a little more into that.
Damn.
It's kind of fucked
But
up.
you guys know what I'm talking about, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
infrastructure, public transportation, military. They rely on men's taxes.
Yeah.
Well, also they give your taxes to dumb projects like social, like also like gender studies in the Middle East. Like, you really think they're gonna learn that shit?
You you actually think that the money that's going to gender studies in the Middle East is going to the educational facilities?
No, that's money laundering right there.
Yes, money laundering. Yes.
Like that's the thing. It's like the same thing as like, oh, all this money. Okay, Yeetus, just quick check. How much am I allowed to talk about the conflict in the current Far East? Should I use code words or?
I don't care as long as you don't use any names that Susan doesn't like. Like,
okay, cool.
Yeah.
So apparently, a bunch of these Redditors that have gone to the Far East in order to fight in the conflict, yeah, they're lucky if they get 10 bullets. So you kind of wonder, where's the millions upon millions of dollars that have been sent to supply Ukraine with military supplies to fight off Russia?
I think it went to Susan's people. I'm gonna be honest. Susan's people probably have that money right now. They but yeah, it seems like you can't trust these people. They will use anything they can. It's like,
no, you can't because the government has definitely enough funding to help us in 2020, but we only had what at the most $1,600 each for $1,800 each, because I think they gave us like 3 payments in the United States. All right, the rest of the money is going to the stupidest shit, especially infrastructure that was closed at the time, but somehow they were able to get $58 million for a certain building that was closed. Okay, what about the people that are losing their jobs and can't pay rent and stuff? Oh no, here, take the $600 check. Take this $600 check. Make it stretch for the next 8 months.
See, something like this, like, people accepted that and they were laughing and joking around. People should have stopped. I'm honestly, people should have stopped the lockdowns after the Summer of Love, because that was complete rubbish. They literally said, I was like, I saw it. People were out in the streets in mass. All those people should be dead if they read. Like, these are the people that are dead afraid of COVID, right? Oh, you have to wear a mask. All that stuff.
Beer flu.
Okay. The bear flu. This and it's like these people are afraid of it, but they're the same ones that were out there for like the whole summer. Even if you're wearing a mask, you're close to someone that close proximity, you're still gonna probably get it if it's actually a flu. But
to get back on topic, do you guys believe more and more men getting together is going to increase in the future?
It's already happening. It's already happening.
Depends what type of men.
There'd have to be a significant.
You mean online or because I know it's happening online, but I'm talking like in person.
Physical spaces.
It's a possibility, but
physical space. That's the thing. It would have to be someplace very off the books. You're not going to get any of these discussions in the traditional places. Like, you're not going to get these discussions in bars. You're not going to get these discussions in restaurants or
No, you-
theaters or libraries
Hey,
or
Right.
anywhere like
you
that.
guys keep going. I'll be right back.
Right. Get the discussions along.
Yeah,
Like,
I
it's
really
going to have to be
don't
places
believe
like
that.
hunt camps
Yeah,
or
or
some
local-
kind of equivalent.
or log cabins. Yes.
Yeah, but I don't really believe it's going to be that large. Like, the population of people that think like us is really small. Like, you can say other people are picking up, but these people are just like fair weather when it comes to this type of idea. There's like, oh yeah, it sounds interesting, this sounds good. Let me use this to get a girl or some stuff like that. So yeah, we're gonna get more. Like, we're gonna probably get a few like of these things popping up, like people actually meet in physical form, but it's not going to be as large as we
Yeah,
want it to be.
Probably not going to hit triple digits. I think that's fairly safe to say. It'd be hard to get a triple digit size gathering without attracting too much attention.
Mhm.
I don't really think that's like, unless people are flying from different countries or like different states to like meet each other, then it's going to be hard to get that much people that have like similar beliefs that actually want to improve themselves, because most people don't want to improve themselves. They like,
Gyms would be one place where you could, again, you're not going to get large gatherings, but you would at least be able to make connections at gyms.
Yeah, but
Yes.
you think people like everyone at the gym is going to allow that?
Well, you can
Not for a large scale gathering at the gym, but at the very least, you'd be able to make contacts and connections, and then
Contacts and
exchange.
connections.
yes.
And then you'd probably exchange like online connections afterwards using
Yes.
like Gilded or Odyssey or some kind of Discord alternatives. So a lot of the connections will end up being primarily hosted online, but the power of even being able to get a handful of people that you could physically talk to, even if you can't physically talk to them frequently, just knowing that they're in that kind of range and having them as a contact would be very powerful.
Yeah, it's nothing like like anything to do with Warband or this like Manosphere stuff in general. Like, most people don't really know people. Like, I'm just gonna say, most humans right now don't have close connections to anyone.
Now, best thing, if you could get even, geez, think about what the possibility would be if you knew of 3 confirmed bachelors who shared the same values, not necessarily the same YouTube channels or whatnot, but you just had similar values,
Yeah, where you could talk
and
about
you were like within the same, I don't know, let's say a 20-minute drive of each other.
That'd be a blessing.
Like, that's the
What do
thing.
you-
That's actually quite powerful, all things considered.
Mm-hmm. You're able to track down a Sigma. Yeah.
But
And the
I'd
gym
say,
would probably be the place to do it, all things considered.
yeah, gym. But at the same time, it's like most people don't want to be known, or they don't want to be like known as that type of person, because if they do connect with that, like, their life becomes more difficult in just general. Like, family members will shun them, friends that they probably had for years will probably shun them as well. So
If
people,
you make it public, but a Sigma's probably already going to be dealing with that kind of stuff already.
yeah,
Like, really, the gym would probably be one of the few places where you'd actually see them in public.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, when I'm out and about, I'm in a decently populated area. Outside of work, you're only going to see me in a handful of places for perhaps a couple minutes at a time. And
Yeah.
good luck having a conversation
Yeah.
with me.
Yeah, exactly. It's same here. I mean, I pretty much keep the conversation at my gym to a minimum. Like I'll speak to the professional bodybuilder friend of mine, but other than that, that's pretty much it. But yeah, my job is actually very good for ghosting, because I'm on the road like 80% of the time. So yeah, it works for me.
All right, what I miss?
We're kind of discussing about how people of similar ideologies to us might be able to connect in the public space, and the difficulties with that, given how so many of us really keep to ourselves offline.
Mm-hmm.
All right, because imagine speaking like this in public, like at a Starbucks. Do you know how fast would we approach
Oh
Like,
God, no, not Starbucks. Anything but Starbucks. That place,
I was saying any
please,
type of
anything,
coffee place.
anything,
Okay.
please. Yeah, place is a fucking shit magnet, man. Stay away from Starbucks.
just imagine we just in public, just whatever, having lunch or whatever outside, talking about this.
Yeah,
I give it 4 minutes, maybe 3,
yeah,
and
but
then
we were
somebody's going to
mentioning,
approach us.
yeah, we were mentioning maybe something like the gym where you could have enough of a theoretically have enough of a connection with someone to exchange online contact information to continue your conversations in a more private manner.
Yeah,
True,
yeah,
which I do advocate for male only gyms.
yeah,
What you say?
just make sure the gym thoughts are nowhere in sight or not in earshot. Yeah,
I'm speaking about that tomorrow, actually,
Yeah.
where the
Good.
gyms became a nightclub.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Yep.
mean, honestly, this is where something like Warband paraphernalia might be beneficial because then you can just casually wear that as part of your gym wear, but then those
Yep.
who know.
Exactly. That'd be perfect.
How you gonna literally wear something so tight that you're probably gonna get a yeast infection, and then get mad when a man is like, "What the hell? I can literally see your just
Exactly.
can't."
And the smell.
Well,
Okay.
that's because a man like John Anthony saw them.
Oh God! And then they'll literally get right in front of you, bend over as far as they can, then turn around and say, "Stop staring at me," walk away. Like what, bitch?
No, that's part of the game. It's
I'm just trying to get my set in. Get the fuck out the way.
well, they're
Like,
used
as
to
a-
gyms.
Dude, as I've mentioned before, I've had a woman literally fucking grinding on me and then freaking out when I dare touch her shoulders. So, yeah, I'm aware of the hypocrisy.
it is insane. Like they literally leave nothing to imagination, and then be surprised when men start looking. Okay, so in the words of what's his name? Who's the guy from Rocky? Mickey, the old guy.
Yep.
Women weakens legs.
I believe
And I'm
it.
gonna definitely apply that to the conversation tomorrow as well, because anytime a woman is involved in a male-dominated area, the entire dynamic is destroyed. Right? Men cannot be men when a woman is involved anymore.
Well,
Well, it only takes is one woman too, just one. What'd you say?
well, that's all this time. Like everyone knew this would happen. People been saying if a woman's there, a man's gonna act different. And after that, there's been so many stories and parables throughout history about men changing as soon as a woman gets involved. A man doing stupid things, a man betraying his lord, his king, his family, his friends.
Literally, men
Because the woman
fighting,
told him.
men fighting each other over
I think
women.
there's
I've seen
Exactly.
it. I've seen it in the military.
Oh yeah, exactly. And that's why in the scriptures it says, "Do not give your strength to women, or your wage that destroys kings." And he put that there for a reason.
That
Just
Big O was just looking that one up.
I believe it's Proverbs 30,
31:3.
31:3. Yep.
So
Yeah, do not spend your strength on women, your vigor on those who ruin kings.
Exactly.
and all I'm saying is, gentlemen, like if I am speaking nonsense, right? I'm mainly talking towards these modern women and these male feminists, right? If me and the Warband are talking nonsense, why are books, the whole holy texts from thousands of years ago, are pretty much saying the same thing that we're saying right now?
Well, that's actually something that's something that I really appreciate about the Warband and Red Pill in general, and I really think is the true strength of what we talk about. Because we're not afraid to be challenged, we're not afraid to be wrong. We are constantly getting closer to the truth. And the truth, regardless of what anyone thinks or feels, is something that is always going to be true because that's what the truth is. And so long as one seeks the truth and aims for the truth, you're going to attract people because it's consistent.
I agree. You guys heard me on the live stream before. I admit when I'm wrong. I admit when my information is not correct or it's just not completely correct. All right, and I'm willing to change my views when it comes to my stance. I'm willing to change it. Same thing with the black pill, right? I talk mad shit about the black pill. The only thing I change about black pill is there are men out there that truly has no choice but to think in that manner. There are men out there that were fucked since birth, right? They're dealt a horrible hand.
The numbers are
Okay.
extremely small.
Right. But I still do believe, a man that has one bad day uses black pill as a crutch. That would never change.
Like honestly, I'd say stuff like the red. I guess the black pill. I think it could honestly be used as one of the greatest forces, because if a man who takes the black pill can really go, okay, I understand that I am totally, completely, absolutely fucked with like when it comes to women and society, then they can finally go, I don't need this anymore. It's never going to be a possibility. I can focus on literally anything else.
Yep, they themselves can still go MGTOW.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, but that's the problem. They're very
And he
focused on
died.
women.
Where'd he go?
It could be his connection just dropped.
Private connection. I was about to say. But yeah, like I don't see, and that guy Pete, I wish he was here so we can have that conversation again. But me and him, we had our differences, and we were talking about it during the Black Pill stream, right? But that's the one thing that, in general, society doesn't want men to do, right? Want men to talk about ideas, challenge ideas, and change your ideals for the better.
Honestly, a lot of respect for Pete, because he's really willing to go into all the corners and find value everywhere. Major respect to what he does on his channel.
I agree. I don't think him himself is not black pill. No, I don't think he is. But I see why he had to specify the meaning of black pill to me when I made that first black pill stream, because I was generalizing in general.
But generalizing, but that was the most common black pill people that you normally meet. People that gave up.
Right. That's the thing, right?
What?
Let you go.
Carry on, you go.
Okay, there are people that are in the situation you said where they just dealt a bad hand. They're like, oh, yeah, I might not be able to do this. Ricky Barwick, he's not he will not be the most attractive person, but the guy is having the best time of his life from what I can see. There are people that have bad hand, they can't do much, but they love their life. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna get women, but is women the only thing in life? So I can do anything else, but I probably won't get a woman. I probably won't be able to work certain things. Let's see what I can do and try and prove that. But from what I've seen most of the time, because I have looked in the black pill community for a long time, I was like, yeah, I'm interested in it. Let me see what they're talking about. I bounced around nearly everywhere, so I was like, oh yes, yeah. And most of the people just like, oh yeah, this is this. My life's hard. I was like, yeah, your life's hard, but is that just it? Like, there's people being like, let's just say, how much people that were poor, rich now, that came from the worst environments that you ever thought, but they tried hard. They probably had some skill, they had some talents, but they would have never knew what the talents were if they didn't try and they didn't have some dream besides just being rich. I'm rich, I can't be rich. I didn't have a nice family, yada yada yada. I was born to a single mother. It's yeah. But you can improve yourself from your bad starting point.
Yeah, I've seen people that were dealt a bad hand in life were able to defy the odds. That's why I was pretty iffy about black pill. That's the only thing that I agreed with that guy Pete is, yeah, there are men that were fucked in the beginning and they will most likely be fucked for the rest of their life. Okay, that I can understand.
Well, and I think it's honestly kind of like the mental illness Tumblr / Twitter crowd, where there may be some that are actually genuinely have all these hardcore chemical imbalances or brain problems that really fuck with them. And then there's a large segment of the population that just uses that to feel special and excuse all their shitty behavior.
Well, yeah, it's because they're afraid to change. Most people don't know. I'll be honest, I am afraid to change sometimes. I don't know what I become if I did certain actions. So I wanted to stay in my own safe zone and just be this person that I was used to. But changing is hard, and if you change for the better, you're never going to stay the same. It's rather you change for the better or you change for the worse. And if you change for the worse, you are not going to do it consciously. It's going to happen slowly over time, and you're going to realize like a few years later, what the fuck happened to me? How did I get to this place? Fat people do not become fat just by one day. It's a small and slow process of them just not caring about their life. It's like, yeah, I'm staying the same, but are you really staying the same?
But that's a big thing, right? I was taught years ago that if you are comfortable for a long period of time, you're doing something wrong. You as a man need to stay uncomfortable. You as a man need to take risk, calculate risk. Okay?
You know,
And
I'll be
that's
honest.
how you evolve for the better. Not saying you always succeed, but you always need to step out of your comfort zone.
Well, failing is a part of evolving too. Like how many, if you go by evolution, how many like species were popped up and died? There's like they said like 90% or something like species. I don't know, probably it's like 95 or something like that, or 99 of species that ever existed are dead, but their children and their descendants still exist. Which is like you strange when you think about it, like yeah, there's certain creatures that don't exist that were gigantic creatures or just weird. It's like yeah, they're dead now, but their ancestors and they passed down something, so their failure still helps their future generations.
Yeah, that's what I see. Cecile, that's what his name is. That's why I see Black Pill for the most part. I know there's different variables to it, but in general, I see Black Pill equals nihilism. But what were you gonna say, Gray?
No, honestly, yeah, I'd carry on with that bit on the black pill. Is a lot of it is just them giving up and making an excuse to not try. Because yes, being different is scary. And I'll admit, like there's even things in my life where I'd go, I really know that I need to push myself in these areas. But it's so easy to find an excuse to not do it. So easy to find something else to distract yourself with. Making a constructive change in your life positively is probably one of the hardest things you'll ever do. And the only way it's going to get easier is by doing it over and over and over again until it becomes second nature.
Yep. And especially when it comes to because that's the thing. When it comes to women, they don't have to worry about adversity as much as men, right? Because women, they're chased after just for their existence. Men, we have to work very hard to evolve or perish, pretty much from the gene pool.
Also, I think it's kind of the Benjamin Button thing. Like, imagine, are you guys familiar with Benjamin Button?
Yeah,
that's is that with Brad Pitt?
I think so. Is that like that guy who aged backwards? Remember?
Yeah, I watched the movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine the female version of Benjamin Button, where you start out as an old crone and then it's the last 30 years of your life that are fucking amazing.
They'll be more appreciative of what they got.
Absolutely.
Because that's pretty much what men go through. What's it called? Getting resources wise, like getting to their financial peak, per se.
Like women hit their peak at 20. Men hit their peak at 50. Fucking 30 years difference. If you were to pair up every woman with their equal, you'd be pairing up 50-year-old men with 20-year-old women.
Yep, and
most guys are willing to give up before they hit fucking 30. It's like, guys, you have barely even gotten started here.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I had those thoughts too. I had those thoughts like, man, this is some bullshit. Like, why am I even trying? What the fuck? Like, this is stupid. But as what my male figures, like in the family, like my uncle and my dad, they said, yeah, you're young, okay? Just keep going. You don't get bitches at you don't get a lot of bitches at 20 years old, okay? No, unless you're big old Chad and Tyrone, which I am only 5'8", right? So I'm not short, but I'm not tall. Unless you're chatting Tyrone, don't even think about getting bitches. No, you need to work hard. Work hard like crazy. Work. Your 20s is your grind time. Okay. And I definitely took that to heart. And it's definitely slowly but surely turning around for the better. I see myself slowly progressing from where I was when I was 20.
Even
But
then, carry on. You go first.
No, you were speaking first. You first.
Okay. Yeah. So, but that's the other thing. Like, there's plenty of guys who they peak in high school or college and they never, ever reach that height again. And they are permanently stuck reminiscing about those days.
Hey, you know it's varsity of a football team, right? Like, oh.
Yeah, no, honestly, personally, I'll admit I have a bias. I do not give a rat's ass about sports. I have not given a rat's ass about sports in over a decade. And there's so many guys who talk nothing about except sports. And it's like, for fuck's sakes, guys, you're not playing. Why the fuck do you care about how a bunch of millionaires do? But I get
I don't mind
like,
people.
That was your thing.
Right. I don't mind them having, sports as a hobby. But if you make it,
no, that's the thing. It's not their hobby. It's the thing. It's not that it's their hobby to play the sports. It's their hobby to watch other people play the sport.
Well, yeah. Because only select few people will even make it to the big leagues.
Oh,
So
you don't play in the big leagues. You can still play the sport if you enjoy it. Like my dad doesn't play like football, but he watches it occasionally, and he goes like when he's in shape and he's not injured or something like that. He'll go play football with the people that he knows because he enjoys the sport.
David, I see what you're saying, right? I see what you're saying because there are people, as you said, identity sports. I agree. There are a lot of people out there. They take sports to the extreme, like they're the head coach of the professional team, right? Like they're the ones that are getting mad, getting hysterical, going nuts, on every play. Okay, I agree with that.
Like thankfully I haven't run into anyone that crazy about it, but it's also kind of just like, guys, I don't care and I don't really want to care. Could you please talk about something other than what team scored what points last night?
Yeah, I don't mind them because, like, once again, I don't mind them watching it as a hobby. Fuck it, right? Okay, you watch sports, good for you. But if it's a daily occurrence, you can't talk about anything else. The sports is your personality, your lifestyle.
I think it's just their.
Then you have a problem.
A lot of it, the time, I think it's just their common social connection. Like, there's a lot of guys. Again, guys are very individualistic. Men, by nature, are very individualistic. Something like sports may be the only thing that they can have as common ground, especially if they grew up playing such sport. Again, I'm in Canada. It's hockey. It's always going to be fucking hockey. Yeah, no one gives a shit about soccer up here. It's just hockey.
That's so bad.
Oh, David got something to say to you, Gray.
Yo.
Because you can't talk religion, politics, or cultural beliefs without getting heated. I see what he's saying.
That is a fair point.
Well, you don't have to talk about that. There's like so many other things.
It's like, I mean, a Jehovah's Witness coming to your door every day. Talk about you want to talk about Jesus Christ and shit. No, I don't. Go away. Don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow. No, fuck you're not. Stay away. It's every day you got that Jehovah's Witness knock on your door.
I mean, and admittedly, I can't really talk to that many people given that, well, this kind of stuff is what I talk about primarily in my off time. So, yeah, I get it. This is kind of heavy conversation for your average normal person.
But I have this conversation once a week, once every 2 weeks. I'm talking about like the deep shit, like some hardcore shit about society, right? I have a friend that I talked. He's literally one of the only people I'm able to talk to in this manner, besides online. And we go down the rabbit hole type shit for hours. And but that's only like one every 2 weeks. Like, it's not like a daily occurrence. Like, oh, you heard about this guy and this guy getting traded yesterday? Like, dude, I'm trying to drink my coffee. What the fuck?
Yeah, I guess people just like people get stuck on one item and one aspect of their life. They don't branch out. That's kind of a sad thing, though. Like, there's so much that is one or like a few aspects that people care about. It's like, yeah, you don't have to talk about politics or just that or sports. There's like so much other items in life.
Yeah,
Like,
hell,
yeah, you
I
talk about
talk
cooking.
about
Like, people don't talk
yep.
about cooking. I enjoy watching cooking like videos on YouTube because I'm interested in cooking because I like eating food that tastes good. So it's like, yeah, I'll
Yeah.
talk about food if I see someone has it. I was like, yeah, I'll even talk about random stuff like history because I like learning. I personally, I like having a lot of information about anything. It could be about people themselves. It's kind of
You
it's
can
just a- it's
say
a-
you
yeah.
can say that I am a seeker of knowledge. Okay, because I
I'm
also
the
talk
FBI.
about what?
No,
No,
I'm not.
but in all seriousness, though, I see myself as a seeker of knowledge. Right? I talk about as many topics as I can. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. Right? That's why personally I'm so good socially. Right? I'm able to talk about anybody with almost anything. That's just who I was since I've been younger. I just like to learn about any. If anything interests me, like a documentary, biography, something I see in the newspaper, on TV. Hell, if I just like see with my own eyes on the street, I just like, oh shit, that's something to learn about. That's something to talk about. I'm able to fishing, cooking, history, science, math. I also talk about uh, society or social issues, politics, government. I also talk about dynamics between men and women. That's what I'm doing right here. I also talk about things that I normally don't talk about. I think that's the only thing I don't talk about is drama TV shows. I think that's the stupidest shit I ever fucking witnessed. Like, well, I watched one show of Keeping Up with the Kardashians, and they were crying because of lipstick or whatever. And the Bridezillas, if you guys remember that, because that's an old school show. I'm like, wow, this is stupid. But I didn't realize how common these Bridezillas were. But what I'm saying is, overall, I love to learn about various things. I love it. I love to talk about it. And I see what Gray is saying when a person is talking about the same shit every fucking day, can't expand their minds to something else.
Well,
No,
I think
and then
it was-
where it gets worse is when you hear the same goddamn stories over and over again. It's like, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, remember that one time in high school? Like, bro, I heard you 100 times. Go away.
Like, I get it. You haven't done anything notable in the past 5 years. Can you please find something else to talk about, or at least be interested in my topics for a change?
But that's
Exactly.
sad.
And if you're going to
That's sad.
talk about the past, talk about the various things that happened in the past, like I do, right? Because at least I did something in my life, right?
Well, and I think that's actually part of the things that might tie back into the main topic, but
Oh, okay.
okay, like so this was something that really struck me. Okay, I've been to college. I heard this in one of my classes for one of my professors, but he basically lived on autopilot for like 30 years.
30 years?
Basically, like he'd already gone to post-secondary and gotten a job before he actually had independent thought.
That is terrifying, bro.
It
Yeah.
was terrifying. But he basically, like, he'd lived in a community where everyone kind of did the same shit, grown up in the same suburb lot, went to the same basic schools, covered the same basic topics. He didn't actually have independent thought or autonomy until 30 bloody years. And it's like, holy shit, that's a thing people can be.
Oh, that's most people.
I agree. NPC, I agree, David. That's
Yeah.
pretty much what happened.
Yeah,
Here.
but that's the thing is, like, how many, like I don't know, I've lived a fairly chaotic life I don't want to go into too much detail for obvious reasons, but it involved a lot of changing of environments. So honestly, cannot imagine having the kind of stability that allows you to live without thinking for decades on end.
Hey, I got a good quote. All right, and this quote is from Muhammad Ali. He said, "The man who views the world at 50 the same as he did at 20 has wasted 30 years of his life."
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that as a tattoo in the future. Oh yeah,
At the very least, get it printed on the wall.
It's gonna incorporate with like the other art that I have. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be by itself. But it's a very true quote. Very true quote. If you still have that same mindset, and that ties into what you were saying, Gray, if you are talking about the same shit that happened 8 to 10 years ago, what the fuck have you been doing this whole time? Like, for 30 years, you still act like you're still a high school jock. Like,
or even reminiscing about when you were a high school jock. It's like, for fuck's sakes, man. If you're gonna fucking reminisce about the time when your legs were absolutely goddamn massive, why the fuck aren't you grabbing some free weights and doing some goddamn squats?
It's too hard.
Hell yeah. Why not work on your forearms, huh? Why not work on your delts? Why not work on something else? There's something else besides your legs.
Like, I mean, shit. Like, I'll recognize I'm older. I'm not gonna be even capable of being anywhere near as fit as someone 10, 15 years younger than me. Still no excuse to not work on getting as fit as I can reasonably be.
Right.
I guess the reason why most people don't have standards, or like don't want to be traditional, because being traditional is having standards, is because it's too hard physically and mentally, especially on the mental aspect. Because know this, let's say that you choose not to eat at certain times. So you only eat, like, let's say you only eat at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. But every day you walk past this food restaurant and it smells great. And it's like, I'll get it later when I have time, when it's the time to eat. And you keep on doing that. One day you might slip up. And it's like, I slipped up. Are you going to get back on? Like, I'm not going to do that again. Or are you going to keep on, like, just stay where you want? It's like, okay, I can't do this anymore. I'm just going to eat whatever I want now. That's literally what it is. Like, most people give up because it's too hard to have standards, or too hard to push themselves past their comfort zone. And that's why, like, women or weak-willed men are so afraid and so upset with, like, people actually push themselves, because they're seeing someone doing what they couldn't do themselves, and they hate that.
I agree. And when you do that, when you push yourself past your limit, and you are able to overcome that obstacle, guarantee you the way you view the world changes, right? For example, how I thought at 18 years old compared to now is like night and day. Because when I was 18, especially when I got red pill, I was on demon time. I didn't give a fuck. Oh, it was bad. It was bad. Like Chad Tyrone on steroids bad. Like I had those deep rooted issues of getting lied to all my life. You know what I'm saying? But now, years later, I'm definitely way better, and way more calm, and I'm able to be a lot more rational with my thought and emotions.
Well, that's actually something I really appreciate about Chronic, because every now and again he'll launch into a serious roast, and I'll be like, oh goddamn, that kind of applies to me. Shit, I better get on that. But that's
why aren't you
valuable.
going to the gym, bro? Why are you going to the gym?
I started jogging now. Like, every time I don't walk to, like, my work all the time, so I'm just jogging there. And, like, I could get there in like 20 minutes. So it's like, let me just jog to there. It's easy for me to do it.
And before you finish, Gray, chat. I'm gonna let you know right now. When these women say, "Ooh, I like those dad bods," it's because their demographic of men that they could choose from have shrunk dramatically. They are settling for a man with a dad bod. They don't truly want a man with a dad bod. Okay, go ahead, continue, Greg.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like having someone that can shame you and having the ability to take it, like maybe they're not shaming you personally, but being able to take a roast and be like, you know what? Yeah, I do actually need to really work on that. I do need to improve on that. I mean, for fuck's sakes, I have never been more self-conscious about my fucking leg muscles in my life because the amount of chicken legs that have been roasted.
Right, and once again, like, we don't judge here. If you're big as hell or you're skinny as hell or whatever it is, as long as you get it in at the gym, or hell, you're doing calisthenics at home, that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I know it doesn't really matter to anyone else, but that's the thing. When it matters to yourself, that's what's most important. When
Exactly.
you give a shit that you are better than how you were yesterday, it doesn't matter what the fuck anyone else thinks of you. What matters is the results you can deliver for yourself.
Yep, that's why we constantly say, we don't judge. We don't say, oh, bro, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. No, we just say, what are you doing? You look yourself in the mirror. What are you doing that's not helping you in your current situation? Okay, not once I judge anybody that's trying to improve themselves. Okay, I don't do it for me. Shit, I'm just a guy you just know on the internet. You look in the mirror. You like say, hey, I'm not in my greatest version of myself right now or whatever, but don't do it for the bitches. Fuck all that. Do it for you.
Like, honestly, no one else will ever appreciate the work that you've done as much as you will appreciate it yourself. They'll never know how hard it was.
Exactly. Oh man, you guys have no idea. Whoo, your confidence will skyrocket. All right, I ain't talking about being cocky, because I know that's a difference. But your confidence will just be endless when you know that the new and improved body that you put your hard work in is because you decided to work. You did, and you did it for you, not for some bitch, not to impress some dude on the internet. It's because you wanted to be good. You want to be a better version of yourself. And believe me, that confidence will show. It will show. Your perspective on life will show. Because I'm telling you, man, going through trials and tribulations, putting your feet into the fire, fucking, like I said in my previous streams, that one thing. What was it called again? Fuck, I forgot. I know it was something like trial by fire. Hold up.
You talking about the trial by fire?
Rites of passage?
Rites of passage, yeah. Is that's similar for you as a man, right? Similar. But I will say as a man, it's pretty much like a trial by fire.
Yeah. No,
you put yourself, huh?
Yeah, like a rite of fire, a trial of a rite of passage is basically a trial by fire that is expected of you. And in the modern day, that just isn't a thing. It's very rare for you to be somewhere where you are expected to be held to a certain standard.
Yeah, that's why I said just trial by fire.
So you have to do it to yourself. You have to set your own challenges and then put the restrictions on yourself to force yourself to overcome them. Because so much of society will just accept you being weak. It's up to you to hold yourself to a standard of strength.
Yeah, but it's not just the society expects you to be weak. They actually made most people weak. You can, children are not allowed, especially male children, aren't allowed to have physical contact with it, in any form. Like, you see it, they all want to be, really passive. But when I was younger, me and my brother loved to fight, and we built up an idea of competition. But after a while, my school kind of, pushed that idea out. I was like, since there's no competition, and I was really good at stuff. I got bored because there was no one around me that was at my level. And that went on to I got into like college, and after I just gave up because I was like, oh yeah, I had an idea of competition, and there was like no idea, there was no upper mobility because everyone around me was just mediocre, and everyone was forced to be mediocre, and that idea just killed
Oh,
any drive people have sometimes.
so you're talking about participation trophies.
Participation trophies, it's like everything is just makes people like docile and doesn't give them the drive. It's like schools aren't made ready finding people and like, oh, this is your talent, let's try and build it up. It's like, nah, we're gonna mold you into like we're gonna force you into a certain mold as much as possible. And we're gonna see what talent you have. We're not gonna try and bloom you in every way possible. We're going to force you in a certain mold that seems like it best fit you, even if it's not the best shape for you. And that's why when people leave school, they just become drones. It's like, oh yeah, you went through the factory that is called school and education, and you came out as a certain drone. And we all know there's going to be certain keywords and certain reactions that you're going to have, and you're just going to be like the hundreds of thousands of people that just came up the same year or the previous year before you or the year after you. Like schools are literally factories now. They're not raising children to be better.
Well, I definitely agree, man. Especially in the dynamics between men, because would you guys agree that men are naturally competitive?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So men, we always, at least within ourselves, hell, even within our friends group, somebody will be the highest of the hierarchy within the group. You know, right? There's always, how do I say? It doesn't have to be said, but at the same time, people knows who's top dog within the group and who's just that guy that's coming along per se. We are naturally competitive, right?
That's
Because
honestly, that's why like it's popped up in chat a little while before, but like advocating for anarcho-capitalism, no society like that will last any decent length of time. And a hierarchy will be established quickly, even if everyone starts out as an equal.
Wait, I'm not sure pure anarcho-capitalism is like no. That's more of a left, like this type of anarcho-capitalism too, because it's like capitalism is not really. Capitalism means there's a hierarchy because you're fighting for something. You're fighting for resources and people's time and energy. So that's more of a like a socialist idea where there's no hierarchies.
well, yeah, but put it to simpler terms, right? The person with who is the strongest and or with the most resources, you know,
no, honestly,
more
from
intelligent.
like
Whatever.
if you're looking at the political compass, you might see it as like left leaning. I look at the political trichotomy, and anarcho-capitalism is the ultimate in the freedom spectrum, which kind of puts them as the ultimate centrist. So
okay, if you see it like that, then I can see why you believe that. But yeah,
but I just don't see a society like that lasting any decent length of time because, like, it kind of goes against human nature. We do like to form hierarchies and then start specializing within said hierarchy.
I have a good example. You guys also, I'm bringing him up again. Survivor with Bear Grylls.
Yeah.
See, it's the reason why society was able to function in the first place because how the men were able to get together and get along, they immediately established a hierarchy on who is the leader and who's able to do this, who's able to do that, top to bottom. And then based on the hierarchy, they do various tasks to get done.
Well, that's the thing. It's all about efficiency. And like if you're constantly squabbling for who's going to be top dog, you're not going to run very efficiently. So you're going to be, okay, you're responsible for making the meta decisions, and then everyone else specializes in their own tasks underneath your larger meta decision. And then they don't have to worry about that shit. You don't have to worry about the minor shit. And everybody can just fucking cooperate for the survival of the group.
Yeah, but there's always a need for a leader. That's never going to go away, ever. I wouldn't want to be in a society that hierarchy doesn't exist. Because then we're going to go to the opposite side of the Survivor show, where the women, they were
stuck. They couldn't find the ocean on an island for 3 days. days.
Oh,
Right.
3. I thought it was 2 again.
But everybody,
2 days, 3 days, days. They
But
took
everybody-
days to find the fucking shore.
but that's the big issue, right? Because when the men establish a hierarchy, and they're able to get things done the way they're supposed to get done, because in the end, there was the top dog that was able to delegate shit in order for it to get done in the first place. But when a group of women, they all try to have a say, all of them, and they try to
try
divide the work
democracy.
equally and try to, make sure everybody is feeling good and everybody is, doing okay. Okay, when a group of men, I don't give a fuck how you feel. We're trying to survive. I really don't give two shits. Okay,
See,
we worry about your feelings later. Right now, we need to get this shit done. You guys
See,
get what I'm
I-
saying? That's the
yeah,
big
you know,
difference.
like the girl side, they had fleas or some bugs around them because they didn't take care of the meat, and they weren't like they were. I think they were just like the sanitary issues were really bad. I think someone got sick because they drank some unclean water. So it was like, yeah, they did not know what the hell they're doing. They didn't have any idea of order.
Yeah,
It's
no
like-
order, no guidance. Nobody is
now
taking
on-
over to get shit done.
Now, on that note, the exchanges, like again, political trichotomy is freedom, stability, equality. Now, when you have a leader, okay, you start to move towards stability, but the problem is if you get to absolute stability, then the leader remains the leader no matter what. And that too is a problem because you
I
need
know,
to be
I
able
see
to
what you're saying.
change. You need to be able to change the leader based on situation. Like the guy who's an expert on navigating through the forest, okay, you have one specified leader for that. Then,
Yeah.
okay, now we need to organize our resources. Maybe someone else is more suited for that.
No,
When you
I
can keep-
definitely agree. I did that. I did that in the military, right? Because with my specific skills that I had to learn with my job, I was in charge of people who were years ahead of me in the service, right? I shouldn't even be telling them what to do, but because of my expertise, I took charge. I definitely agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's really an important, like that's kind of the important thing that I think the anarcho-capitalists kind of miss at because they like that idea of a fluid leadership, but the purity of anarcho-capitalism prevents any leadership, and that cannot last for any length of time.
yeah,
Now,
See,
I'm going to just step out for 2 seconds. Be right back.
Oh, it's all good. See, when it comes to that, right? I see what he's saying. That
but that's the equality.
at least with like in a sense of, I think he's trying to say is
No, I don't know what you're saying.
but what he's trying to, at least what I'm trying to tell the chat, you should change leadership at least to go along with the times.
Yeah,
Right? Because I think that's a big thing with Western political figures these days. We have people going until they're 80, 90, 100 years old. The world that they grew up in doesn't exist anymore. Somehow they're able to dictate what happens. That's a major flaw. And
yeah, like Nancy Pelosi, she like in the 80s or something like that.
87. Let me see. Let me look up her. I'll look it up right quick. But she's old as shit.
So like she's been in power for a long period of time, I guess.
Yeah, she's 81 years old.
Shit. So like
Yeah.
someone like that, who's been in power for such a long time, like her ideas, her body, her mind is slowing down. It's ready slowed down. It's ready, like she's ready to decrepit, and she's probably drinking alcohol half the time from what her mouth. But yeah, it's like people like her are just old relics of a past time that haven't adapted and understood that they are holding back the people that they need to supposedly trying to help.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing with society as a whole, right? If you're not qualified to lead anymore based on your expertise, you should not be in office based on what's it called, being voted in again and again and again. I believe there should be term limits for everything, especially the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court limit is will be longer, right? Because you have to go to school for a lot of years, and
I think the
you
reason
got
why
to do all the
Supreme Court is so
experience.
long is so they don't get bribed, but they still get bribed. So it's like,
Yeah, not only not get bribed, but it took a long time for them to even get to that position. So I see why they're on the panel for life. But at the same time, I do believe after a certain age, hell, even in the military, after you reach a certain age, you're forced to get kicked out. It doesn't matter.
yeah, because I think there's
But
like
with
a
people
period of time
like
where
you
people
said,
forget.
yeah, with people like what you said, Nancy Pelosi, that's still there. I don't deem that as acceptable.
And Joe Biden, I think her and Joe Biden almost have like 100 years
You mean
of
Sleepy
being
Joe?
of,
You mean Sleepy Joe?
Sleepy Joe, yeah, like those two have
Tired potato.
Yeah.
those two have like they're relics of an old era. Like I think they're around in the 80s or something, like maybe earlier than that, I'm not sure. But those guys have been around for so long.
Road Brother, I don't see I don't see that working.
No,
Outside of these
it
laws, no.
I can understand the principle. Like,
Yeah, I
if it was
kinda
like,
see it.
okay, let's say after 20 years, a law needs to be reevaluated and either reinstated or expire, but you can't keep like multiple decades laws just on the books without even reconsidering whether or not they should be looked at a second time.
True,
Okay, yeah, that
because
makes
we
sense.
do have countless laws that are centuries old still in effect. Even though it's not being enforced anymore. There are still laws that are technically still in effect. So I do see what Road Brother is saying. But that's going to be a complex
Like, definitely legal reform is something that should happen far more frequently than it currently does. There's no
Wasn't that
question of that,
something-
I think.
Wasn't that something that the founding fathers wanted to happen?
Well, they wanted violent revolution every couple decades.
Yeah,
so.
but they technically wanted you get like America to change the laws consistently, so it kept up with the time and so on. But it seems
Well,
like
we can on it. Well, honestly, we can point at a couple very prominent amendments that, yeah, we have some regret over.
but terms for law, like, don't get me wrong. It's based on what Gray and Carry On was saying. Yeah, I can see that happening, but there's definitely has to be a new system implemented for that to work.
Yeah, and that's
and it has to
again,
be
that's
done state
part of the
by
larger
state.
problem, because you know that everyone invested in the current system is not going to change the current system.
Oh no, they would rather burn the courts down before that happens. You know. But okay, I'll keep that in mind though. That's actually a good conversation I can have. Actually, a live stream, maybe, possibly.
Yeah, add it to your current book of live stream topics.
Yeah, people are wondering like, why do I never run out of ideas? I'm like, I literally think of ideas on the spot.
We come up with like 2 to 3 ideas per stream. So
literally, I would think that it will be a good idea to go into detail with that topic, and people like it so far. Yeah.
Well, and that's actually something I'm extremely thankful. Like, I'll admit, I haven't explored all of YouTube, but I've never been somewhere on YouTube that dives as deep into such a variety of topics as this channel. So I'm always thankful that you keep having me back on and keep discussing this kind of stuff. So thank you, Yeetus. Sincerely.
People were very confused. I was talking about, why are you talking about the separation of church and state? I'm like, you think that doesn't affect you?
Oh,
come on, bro.
There was a period of time where the Catholic Church controlled Europe, and there was one pope that nasty. Like, he technically used his daughter as a bait to get men married to her, divorce them, and have to take the money from the divorce. But at the same time, he was he was touching his daughter in a really weird way, so to say. And it got to the point that the people just got so fed up with him, they technically threw him out of the position of pope.
See, that's wait, Gray, was that you cracking open a cold one?
Yeah, I'm on my 5th one of the night. This is actually some pretty good shit.
Nice.
And this is Canadian beer too. This is 5.2%.
Canadian. Well, there's this one that was 8 point something percent. I forgot which one it was. but it's so good. Only need like 3 beers and I'm already feeling it. Like, yeah, and it's cheap too. But carry on. Damn, I lost my train of thought. What did you say again?
So much some pope that did a nasty trick with his daughter to
Oh.
get money from them.
Yeah, Pope. Yeah, that's a big reason why the separation of church and state was highly advisable with founding fathers, right? Because if one has too much control of the other, it just doesn't work out. Just like the current situation of the government
It's
having too
tyranny.
much control over the church.
Well, I think that's a huge part of the consolidation of power. Like, excuse me, if you have the separation of church and state, then you effectively have two separate competing governments.
Yeah.
Because if someone's like, oh, the government's fucking me over, well, they
I'll
can
go to
go
church.
much like the Taliban did, and you know what? I'll go with religion because the religious group supports my ideals when the government will not.
Yeah.
However, if you have the church and state marking in lockstep, then there's nowhere else to turn to, and you end up really fragmenting that part of the population, which is what we're seeing in the West. There's nowhere for like-minded men to unite because both the church and the state, where previously they would have been able to go to one or the other, both of them are controlled by the same puppeteers. So,
Well, you do believe that the state is definitely overstepping their boundaries.
Yeah.
the state has overstepped their boundaries for well over 50 years. There's no
Right.
question of that.
Exactly right, and that destroyed the very the original definition of marriage. Like the original definition of marriage is dead because of the state.
Long
Yeah.
dead. Yeah.
You know,
I think I remember like a saying like if there's one party it's tyranny, if there's two parties it's war, and if there's like three or more it's peace. So it's technically saying like if there's one party that has complete power over something, like America technically sadly has like now one party has much more control than the other, and it's just complete tyranny. And you're seeing the dumb laws get passed. And if there's two parties, like
the Eighth did it first. The separation of church and state.
yeah, this guy.
That was the one who implemented divorce. Honestly, y'all keep mentioning I should get on a channel. I think that doing a comprehensive look at the history of divorce would be a good subject to cover in an extensive video.
Hey, if you decide to do a live stream about it, I'll join.
Man, Henry.
Honestly, it's probably going to take a while to work up some kind of script. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see where I get to it with that. I'll probably do some kind of video and then maybe have a discussion live stream on the video. Oh shit, Yeetus is gone.
Yeah, but taking over the stream. So it's a British and Canadian. That's a fate America.
What the fuck?
How does that even happen?
You know the buttons on the side of your mouse?
Yeah.
Yeah, I accidentally clicked the back button and I yeeted myself. But look at David. Yeet. Yeah, that was completely my fault. God damn it. I was like, I put my head down in embarrassment. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, shit. God fucking damn it. But spotted cow, yes, I've had spotted cow. Very, very delicious. That's beer. It's a beer.
That don't sound
it's
right.
a beer. No, it's a beer that came from I think it's brewed in came from Wisconsin.
Okay.
That's where the beer is from, and everybody loves it.
Yeah, no, I'm actually having some craft beer. I can't actually name it because that would basically dox me, but I like it.
It's all good. But hey, man, when it comes to all the stuff that we talked about today, right? Especially with the hierarchy and all that stuff, I've noticed that these feminists and stuff, they're very against hierarchy. Their hierarchy is their mortal enemy.
Well, they want a hierarchy. It's just a very strange one. It's not based on skill or at all.
Well, that's the funny thing, because they claim to be against hierarchy, but we also have to look at their actions. And what they have instead of a hierarchy is the oppression totem pole.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the white man is like absolutely at the bottom.
The
Then
straight white
woman's
man. You have to get that straight.
True, the straight white man. Then there's the gay white man. Then there's the white woman. Then there's the gay white woman. Then there's the woman of color. Then there's the LGBTQAI woman of color. Actually, no, sorry. Above the white woman is the LGBTQAI man of color. Like, that's the thing. There's the totem pole built on oppression. It's the anti-meritocracy.
Yeah.
I got lost
like,
mid, bro. Sorry. I
Because
like
in-
spaced out. Continue, carry on.
Carry on.
Because in freedom
Yeah.
or in like stability, it still has like, if there's pure freedom and there's no stability, that means you still have to use your talent, like your own meritocracy, like to survive. Because if you have no talent, you're dead. And in stability,
Yeah.
you have to have talent unless you're not going to move up and people are just going to let you stay at the bottom. But in equality, it's not really equality that people like. Most people don't lean to equality now. Pure equality is impossible.
Well, that's the thing. Like, equality, you can't raise the bottom. Like, you can't raise the worst people in society up. You can only drag the best people in society down.
I agree.
Yep.
So that's the problem. Like, this is what I've come to understand of the cycle. The base nature, like, if you took every human, dissolved every controlling influence, they'd start out as pure freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Then the group that created the best stability would be the most powerful, and they'd take over the freedom. But then you spend enough time in stability, you get comfortable, and more of the population shifts to equality. And when enough of the population shifts to equality, it eventually collapses because you don't have that merit that is required for a stable society.
And it goes straight to chaos.
And then it goes straight to chaos, which goes back to freedom after a shit ton of people die. So
Yep.
there is that.
And while they're able to get out of the battlefield, like in Ukraine. Or any other type of catastrophe.
Honestly,
That's not really chaos.
So sorry, can I actually say a funny thing on Ukraine? I don't know if you guys are familiar with the light novels and anime series, the Saga of Tanya the Evil.
I heard of it.
I haven't heard about that.
The little gun that's actually a guy.
Okay, yeah. Basically, it's like a Japanese dude who was reincarnated as a girl in a fucking magical war-torn world. Anyway, no. Part of the thing is, okay. So in volume 2, they run into a situation where a city is occupied by some enemy military forces. And they run into the problem of, okay, how do we recapture the city quickly, because this is threatening our supply lines, but we can't actually attack any of the populace because they're civilians. And so they come across the solution, okay, well, what if we were able to legally determine that there are no non-combatants within the city? Like, Yeetus, you're a military guy. You might have run into somewhat of a thought experiment on this before, at least. And so here's the thing that I find funny about Ukraine.
All right.
Every man 16 to 80 has been conscripted. There is no man 16 to 80 within Ukraine that is considered a non-combatant.
Right.
Everyone not a man 16 to 80 has been told to get the fuck out.
Which confused me about, these civilians are dying and stuff. I'm like, You armed
That's
us,
the
Bill.
thing. Who in Ukraine now that isn't actively fleeing could actually be considered a non-combatant? Everyone who's staying in Ukraine, every man, woman, and child who isn't
It's a combat.
actively getting the fuck out is probably technically a combatant.
Oh yeah. If I was a country ruler, I would class every person there as a combatant, because even if you say you've seen videos of like these civilians supposedly taking down soldiers, so as soon as I see one video that was like, okay, anyone that I see is a potential combative now.
That's it.
Especially,
Anyone who's not actively running away unarmed is a combatant.
yeah,
Because
especially after a week. Yeah,
they've had
you
a
had
week
time
to
to
get
leave.
the fuck out. There are no children in schools or hospitals. They're all combatants at this point. Russia could literally nuke Ukraine entirely, and they'd probably only kill combatants, technically. It's been a fucking week.
Yep, and you know, and then the women that choose to stay, which they did have a choice.
I don't
Whether
care if you
to
picked
leave or
up a
not,
fucking
they're also
airsoft
gonna make-
rifle.
Yeah. I'm saying like, they're also deemed as combatants. You know, the only time that I may or may not pull the trigger if it's obviously a child.
Yeah, like
That's the only
any
time.
no, that's the thing. Any child, they've all been told to get the fuck out. No exceptions
I
if they're
wouldn't-
under 18.
I even wouldn't not with children. No, I'm saying if they're
I'm
let me
talking.
finish. Let me finish.
All right.
I said if they're obviously a child, you can obviously see that they're not of age to do shit. You know.
Okay, but what they have in it had a gun. It's me or the
Okay,
child.
that's different if they're armed. But
That's
if it's
the thing.
just
Like
a
I can.
child, no.
But that's the thing. I can absolutely see certain political interests arming a shit ton of children, putting them all in one structure, and then when that structure gets demolished as an enemy base, going like, "Oh, a whole bunch of children were killed in an
No, I can see
unprovoked
that.
attack."
Yeah, I can see that happening. You know, it happened often in the Middle East where they arm children. But once again, you know, even then, since we are a conventional fighting force, and we're a superpower, unfortunately, we have to follow the rules, right? And if that child is armed, then of course, you gotta take him out. But if the child is not armed, we're not allowed.
Yeah, no, one of my coworkers has actually got a relative in the military, and sometimes they've got snipers who are told you have to take out the target that's going to come over this hill. And it doesn't matter if that target's a fucking 8-year-old kid. That's who you've got to take out.
Yeah, I'm saying anybody that picks up a weapon, yeah, they're gone. That I agree with.
Well, that's part of the problem.
The only
You
thing
can't really tell who's picked up a weapon and who hasn't when you're doing an artillery bombardment on a specified location.
Well, see that's the thing. Yeah, that I agree, and that's you know, unfortunately, since we're on the world stage, we, especially the United States, we have to keep up that moral compass as well. That's why we tend to not attack hospitals and mosques and all that stuff. But of course, Putin doesn't give a fuck.
Well, but that's where it gets interesting, because a lot of these Reddit volunteers, that's exactly where they were staged out of. You're like, oh, they can't attack a hospital without without breaking international laws. It doesn't matter that we stashed a whole bunch of armed civilians in that hospital. They're not allowed to attack.
No, they're not civilians if they're armed.
Exactly. They're not civilians. They're Schrodinger's civilians. They're civilians so long as it suits the narrative of whoever's reporting it.
And even then, how do you expect somebody that created the rules to follow it? That makes no sense. The person that creates the rules technically doesn't have to follow it.
But then we get into the aspect of...
But they're that powerful enough to tell you, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not following.
But then we get in.
Who's going to stop?
But we get into the media on top of that. The media feeds a certain interpretation of the rules. So the rules apply differently depending on who is telling the story and whose narrative it benefits.
Right, because don't get me wrong, even the big bad groups over there in the Middle East, the Taliban, uh, Mujahideen, ISIS, Al Qaeda, etc., they use our Geneva Convention laws against us all the time.
Mhm.
You know, but of course, when it comes to the other superpower, and the other superpower is pretty much our mortal enemy, they're not going to give a fuck about the rules. You know, and on top of the fact that they had weeks to leave, and also even though they didn't want to, Russia actually gave them safe passage into their country. Like, you had time to leave, bro. You didn't want to. That's on you.
You had time to surrender. You were given the call to surrender. Again, like this, the same thing that comes up in Tanya. They're like,
do not get me started. This week I'm doing a part 3 on the Ukraine Russia, because don't get me started on President Zelensky. That shit might get me fired. I'm serious. I'm serious.
Odyssey exclusive then.
Odyssey, yeah. I'm taking the Odyssey because he has so many times to end this conflict.
We love you, Susan. We would never do anything to upset you.
Yeah, we stand with Ukraine and all that stuff.
You're a strong, independent woman who's done many valuable things for the internet. Please don't destroy this channel.
Free speech. She's a free speech nominee.
I got arrested for war crimes for what I did to my sister. Oh, Dick Crime, you got no chill.
I don't know. I don't think you can technically arrest a dead person, so that's probably how he got out of it.
Like, well, damn, he's just gonna, well, what? He's gonna serve a life sentence? Who cares? Like, but in the end, you know, the conflict over there, which is why I had to point out the hypocrisy of this feminist bullshit. I'm like, you ladies disappeared off the map. I'm talking about the ladies in the States and the Western countries. You ladies disappeared off the map and didn't want to say shit when World War III is around the corner. What happened to that empowerment? What happened? What happened? What? No, nope. Grab this weapon. Take this flight. You know what? No, take a boat, because they're probably going to shoot down a plane. Take this boat, head over to Ukraine, and fight so bad for their freedom and democracy that you care about them so fucking much.
With all 10 bullets they're going to give you.
Literally, and it'll be blanks. It'll be blanks. Like,
yeah.
I'm sorry, man. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Like, the United States need to get involved, and we need to go and save their democracy. I'm like, what do you mean we? You mean you?
French?
Like, what?
I get by we you mean me, but
right.
No, fuck it. You don't understand, ladies. We, as in the royal we, meant I. So if you say we and you're thinking of yourself as a royal, that means you have to go. So get on the fucking plane and get going.
Man,
you will not be missed.
So bad. It is so bad. It's not even funny. To the point where they're not even going to.
Hilarious.
Bro, it's pathetic. They're trying so hard to care about Ukraine, about what Russia is doing to Ukraine, but don't let me point out the hypocrisy, because that's going to get me banned on here. I'll speak on that on Odyssey as well.
No, what's hilarious is them hearing is like, oh, it'll only be 2 weeks before Putin gives up with all the sanction. I'm like, I remember something else that was only supposed to take 2 weeks. How's that going?
You really think ex-KGB is going to give up that easily?
I think that a bunch of people who are only swallowing pro-NATO propaganda would believe it.
Personally, I'm too stubborn to give up. If I was in Putin, I would be too damn stubborn. I'm sorry. Like, you didn't want to give up, so now I'm taking over your entire country.
The problem, honestly, fuck.
That'd be a waste of time to take over the
You know,
entire
fuck
country,
it.
honestly.
Anything else I could say on this matter is probably best relegated to Odyssey only, just for the safety of the channel.
Yeah. But
on
one
the
more
idea
thing,
of-
all right?
Yeah.
One more thing. Russia is only using like 10% of its power. Don't believe that propaganda bullshit, gentlemen. Don't believe it. Don't believe
Yeah,
it.
the
And
new
I'm
training's
not
the
even
one,
speaking on nukes. I'm not speaking on the nukes. I'm speaking
They're
on military only.
They're
Military
the
only.
equivalent. They're the
If
equivalent
Russia,
of Shaggy. He never uses more than 10% of his power.
no, literally, if Russia literally wanted to take over Ukraine, like if he was that serious to take over Ukraine, it would have taken a week max, maybe even less. It will be very similar to Desert Storm.
You know, I'm actually gonna like shout out kind of a non-affiliated channel. Has anyone here ever watched Arch Warhammer? You might not if you're not a Warhammer fan.
Yeah, I know him.
Yeah,
I do not
he's
know him.
actually Arch
He's a Swedish.
Warhammer or Archcast.
Well, he's
He's actually done a couple of videos on Ukraine, examining it from a more neutral military perspective. Honestly, as would it be fair to call you ex-military Yeetus or former military? What do you prefer?
Either or.
All right, as former military Yeetus, I think you'd find Arch's content on the current conflict in Ukraine to be somewhat interesting. I'd really be curious to hear your perspective on it because he speaks kind of from an armchair perspective, but you'd probably have much greater insight having been on the ground every now and again.
Yeah, I've actually watched various channels actually doing a play-by-play almost happening in Ukraine, like an exact military map that we would use. Like I don't know who that guy was, but he had to have been prior military or he worked for the government because the symbols that they use, that's military. And I love the explanation. I'll see if I can find that video because I know he's updating. You probably won't understand what you're looking at, but he's giving you a play-by-play of what's happening over there. And I was beyond impressed.
I would really, really be fascinated to hear on that. I haven't been in the military myself, but I am very fascinated with military movements. So even if you want to do an Odyssey thing, I definitely tune in just to listen to it.
What's his name again?
Arch. Here, I'll find the channel and post the link in the private chat.
Oh, I forgot the R. What the fuck?
Yeah, but I also have like
there you go.
Masculinity. I was thinking like I don't know sure which Greek philosopher said this, but like he's saying like a great mind means nothing but like a body to hold it and so on like that. And throughout history, you have seen like many ideas of people trying to master their mind and their body for like the betterment of themselves and their family. Because you can have a great mind, but if you don't have a good body to like mold the environment around you, what is the point of a great mind? And if you have a great body, what's the point of not having a great mind if you can't control your body to its maximum abilities? So I feel like certain masculine traits have been dumbed down to make everyone more submissive to government rules, because having people that can sustain themselves and look after themselves and their family much more easier is definitely not the key goal of governments right now.
Well, the goal of any government or any governing body is to increase their own power. Step one would be to decrease the ability of the individual, which, let's be honest, is going to be the individual man. Then the second thing to do would be to decrease their desire to serve a concept larger than themselves that isn't society, i.e., their family. So first you destroy the individual, then you destroy the family. All that's left is the society, which is ruled by government.
Yep. It'll be a domino effect.
Yeah, and governments can't control society as easy as many people hope and believe. Like, the more governments take control of society, it becomes more corrupt. And because it's like saying one person controlling a whole army without anyone helping them. As like a large, it's like, yeah, it can happen for a period of time, but after a period of time, like or a whole company, one man ruling a whole company and trying to do every job at once that's like administrative. it's gonna like the company's gonna lose some parts. It's gonna shut down, and then soon it's gonna go bankrupt.
Correct.
And
That's
now.
why we see so many problems in the Chinese Communist Party with a central government that needs to rubber stamp everything with no authority given to the middle management. You can't have a rapid response to problems because everything has to go all the way through the chain of command and then all the way back through the chain of command. You can't get any sort of efficiency or rapid response. It's so slow and so broad that it can't actually address issues on a micro scale.
But that's literally why America was built, like with states and so on. But it seems like your federal government has been absorbing more and more power into itself, which is causing its slow decay in many places. Like
it's really the same in
California.
honestly, it's even more so the same in Canada.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if the provinces could even defy the federal government's regulation on, Dr. Flu that's supposed to run through any day now. If the federal government declares some kind of closing, could the provinces even say, no, fuck you, we're going to hold our own shit? I honestly doubt it.
All depends on how much people are sick of another closing.
That's something I argue with my coworkers. Like, okay, you're sick of it. What are you going to do about it?
There might be even stronger marches. I can say that.
That's
What
the
type of
problem. Like,
marches?
like I say, if my boss marches and his bank account gets shut down, there goes my bank account. There goes my finances.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. It's all about when people are like, you know what, I don't give a shit.
Like, people have to really have their back to a wall to say fuck it.
Yeah, because at that point, people don't have anything to lose. That's a big no for the certain government.
Yeah, and from what I've seen, we're not there yet. We're getting closer, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, but when we
I
get
say,
there, are we gonna be the people that bounce back, or are we gonna be pushed to wall and crushed?
Personally, I figure that when shit snaps that hard, I'm probably going to be one of the ones dead in the first 6 months. I
think
say
the
it, but it's probably
US of
true.
A is able to back you guys up if things fall.
No, that's the thing. Like, when the collapse happens, there's going to be so much chaos. Like,
I was saying like localized. I mean, like if Canada itself is in deep shit because of all the craziness that's happening over there, right? I'm sure the U.S. is able to back you guys up in certain aspects because you're kind of our neighbor.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I could understand the U.S. coming in for stability, but given the current people in power, I'm willing to bet that A, that support would largely be in the form of military support, and B, it's probably going to resolve in Canada being some kind of puppet state to the U.S.
True, you guys be carrying that American dollar.
Yeah, so, and I'm not exactly next door to the U.S. border, so it's going to be a while before the chaos actually gets settled up where I am.
But in the end, that move itself will help Sleepy Joe 100 times fold, with his image if it happens within his term.
I mean, stabilizing Canada during the presidency, that is kind of unprecedented and result in massive territory gain for the U.S. So, yeah, no, it's.
But taking I don't think the U.S. would do that because then they'll have to answer to, our neighbors across the pond.
That's the thing. Fuck? They're across the pond. That
yeah.
Honestly,
legally,
given the current conflict over there, this might actually be the opportune time to do such a move.
How dare you, Canada? How dare you cheat on me? I thought you guys.
But it looks very bad.
Maybe you should have come back after going to get milk.
This is America's fault.
It looks very bad if you guys were annexed, if I can say that word right. If you guys joined us.
Annexed, yeah.
It looked bad.
No, that's the thing. I'm not saying that it would be a direct thing, but chances are, if Canadian leadership were to fall, American military steps in, American military helps install whoever's next. We effectively become a puppet state, even if we're independent on paper.
Well, in a
I can
sense
just
of
see it happening.
in a sense of, I rub your back. I'm gonna use that as a favor in the future. That's why I see what's happening. What would happen?
Honestly, I put it this way: I'd much rather be under the thumb of the U.S. than under the thumb of China. So,
like, we're technically the same thing anyway. It's just you guys have the queen. That's it.
You're not wrong.
That's just pretty much it.
We have the queen on our $20 bill. That's about all that separates us.
So it wouldn't be that.
I mean, shit. Maybe we get the Keystone XL pipeline built finally.
Oh my god! Yeah, we need to get that shit built ASAP. But
would Sleepy Joe do that though?
Yeah, I can see him doing that.
Honestly, given that Elon Musk is really pushing for it, I think there'd be enough support behind the pipeline to actually get it built this time around.
At this point, with things are steadily rising, especially with the oil prices, and I don't blame it on the war. Okay, it's not the war's fault.
No, honestly, I think that the war is just
an
excuse to apply.
Fuck it. It's the oil companies, yo. It is not because of the war.
Hi, Susan.
Hey, Susan, what's going on?
Honestly, I think that a big part of it too is just the inflation that has been delayed. Now that they've got the war, they have their excuse to apply the inflation to the gas prices that's been delayed. It's like, we don't have to spend it just yet, not just yet. Okay, we have an excuse. Now you can inflate the gas prices to max the, billions of dollars that have been poured into the economy over the past 2 years.
Yeah, the whole 2 years have been a perfect storm for everything.
Sleepy Joe supposedly spoke on it, though. On the oil companies taking advantage of the situation. But I'm like, are you really going to do something about it, though?
He shut down the oil rigs in America and stuff like that?
Yeah, he shut down the pipeline and all that crap. Yeah, he did that. But he says, which he is right, the company.
Yeah, they're taking advantage, but that's the whole goal of a company, to take advantage of every opportunity.
Right, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, you calling him out, but are you really going to do anything about it?
No, he's just doing it to appeal to his base voters, while at the same time he's going to allow them to do whatever the fuck they're going to. Well, at the same time, he's going to actively destroy the economy and monopolize it under the guise of environmentalism.
See, that's the big brain move, David. They want to use everybody else's reserves first, everybody else's oil. Then we will be one of the only countries eventually that will have enough oil to sustain ourselves and sell to the highest bidder in the future.
I mean, that would exactly... Okay, honestly, if I was told that it was a fucking 4D chess move to use up Europe oil and Asia, to use up the Middle East, and Asia's oil while preserving North American oil reserves, just so that we could have a monopoly on oil 20 years down the line, I'd be fucking impressed. I'd honestly give them a fucking round of applause.
I can definitely see that coming, because we have of course, the U.S., we have the biggest oil reserves out of anybody else. And on top of that, if we actually tapped into our oil reserves, gas prices will be close to $2, maybe even under right now.
No, honestly, kind of the same.
We don't want to use our oil.
Like Alberta, last I heard, Alberta doesn't actually have to doesn't have to pay any provincial sales tax. That's how good their fucking oil production is. It's astounding.
Yeah, it is insane, but I do wonder if it's a 4D chess move or not. I do wonder.
I'd be impressed. I mean, I'd honestly give these fucking sociopaths in power a round of applause if that was really their plan.
Oh, I can't. I'm gonna get fucked over if that happens.
Well, yeah, you're across the pond, so I understand that you couldn't exactly applaud it, but you got to understand from this side of the pond, it's like, if you guys are really going to fuck everything up only to pull our asses out of the fire in a decade or so, okay.
Yeah, you guys over the pond are in trouble.
So
I'm gonna keep it real. You guys are in trouble when it comes to energy. I feel kind of bad for y'all.
Yeah, they're trying everything to find no source.
Because if Russia completely cuts you guys off, that's a bad time. Very bad time.
even if you switch to nuclear power, you still need oil for a whole bunch of other daily life essentials.
Exactly. So that's why another reason people across doesn't want to get directly involved. Not just because you're NATO, it's because you guys are heavily reliant on Russian energy. They want to be not dependent on Russian energy in the future, but at the moment, you guys' hands are tied. And good thing it is, because we don't want World War III.
Yeah, the time to not be dependent on Russian energy was 5 years ago.
Yeah, I want the British Empire back.
But in the end,
you know, Britain, maybe you could secede and join Canada.
Oh God.
Join North America. Let's have the new North America. Let's have the new American Empire, which Canada, the U.S., and Britain all together.
We'll call it East America, like Eastern America. That we would call it. Yeah.
We could have probably got Australia if they weren't under China's rule and farm.
We never want to fuck Australia. All right, Australia is pretty much a giant. All the animals are free.
No. We just turn Australia back into a penal colony. Simple enough.
Man, I'm telling you, man. Australia, anything within 6 feet can kill you. Fuck that.
I know, but like, isn't that perfect? It's like, hey, you fucking do what we want, or we'll send you to Australia.
Yeah, it's worse than Gulag. Yeah, I definitely agree.
But I mean, where would you rather be, Siberia or Australia?
Australia.
That's a hard choice because Siberia is cold. But I definitely do not like, 3-foot fucking mosquito chasing me. Right?
Wait, there's 3-foot mosquitoes?
Well, no. No, that's in northern Canada. That's where the 3-foot mosquitoes are.
Damn, man, you guys in Godzilla?
Yeah, fuck that shit.
We got some scary shit in northern Canada. Don't get me wrong. We got some scary shit there.
Polar bears?
Oh, that's the thing. It's like south of the polar bears, north of civilization, there's hundreds of square miles of fucking swampland where it's basically either frozen or it's a buggy swamp. And like, if you fucking open your arm up there, it'll be covered black in mosquitoes in seconds.
Yep. Why? You won't die unless one of them has malaria. But let's just say it will be a traumatizing event of how itchy you'll be.
Oh yeah.
It'll be you will be driven to trying to delete yourself. That's how bad it'll get. I'm serious. Like, I've seen somebody covered with bites, and they were literally in agony. Not in pain. They were just so itchy.
Yeah, it's like having chickenpox on what?
Yeah.
Although apparently, if you get bitten enough by mosquitoes, you do actually stop reacting to them and essentially become immune.
But regardless, I despise mosquitoes. Fuck mosquitoes. Mosquitoes are
in that case
technically known as animals and insects at the same time. Fun fact.
So yeah, basically piece of advice: anywhere that's in the Northwest Territories or none of it that isn't the far north, stay the fuck out. It's basically all swampland, and half the year it's pure bugs.
I hate bugs so much. That's why I don't mind living in an area that That's beyond cold. Very cold. I despise bugs. I went down to down south one day, especially in Florida. I hated every second of it. I don't even know what kind of bugs I was dealing with. I'm like, bro, why is that bug so colorful? What the fuck?
Maybe it's a dragonfly. I actually like dragonflies. They kill
Oh,
all the one ones.
Dragonflies are awesome.
Dragonflies creep me out, man. They
Oh,
they,
man.
they fly in a weird manner.
Yeah, it's like a helicopter.
Yeah,
Like, they-
honestly though, if you've ever seen a swarm of dragonflies, like honestly, I was working on this one site, and there was a swarm of dragonflies, and it was one of the most reassuring things because there was no other bug in the area,
Oh yeah,
just dragonflies.
Yeah, the dragonfly munching on the mosquitoes. Like, come here, get over here. Oh wait, hold up. What'd you say? Give me a second. Somebody says something about in Alaska the mosquitoes are like crane flies. Yeah, I will delete myself in a minute.
Yeah, so yeah,
That
stay out
is
of the
big.
stay out of the far north. That's where the really big bugs are
But you
for
might as
about
well
half the year.
you might as well stab me in the jugular if the mosquitoes are that big. You know, not a little peck. No, they have this huge freaking like give me your blood. Like
Basically, it's flying syringe with wings.
yeah, that is like my worst nightmare. And I heard like they can detect somebody from far away is like right. They can detect a human.
Oh yeah, they detect your fucking scent on the wind. Like,
What
it's
the hell's this shark bullshit?
dude.
Shit. That'd be my worst nightmare, you know.
Be thankful
I'm
you're
lucky I
on
live
your
in
side.
England.
Be thankful you're on your side of the pond.
Yeah, we don't have any crazy. Like we killed off all our crazy animals like decades and centuries ago.
Yeah,
No,
no. Remember, this land was only really civilized about 150 years ago. There's still a bunch of crazy shit running around.
Hey, come on. I know dragonflies are cool. No, I just don't like the way they fly. They, like what Carry On said, they're pretty much like helicopters. They don't like fly in a straight line or whatever. They're able to do like very weird movements. They're able to maneuver
They
in
can
a way different way.
They can predict the path of mosquitoes. They're scarily intelligent for a bug.
Yeah,
Right.
there's a
That's
lot of
why,
animals
you
that are
know,
small.
when they one try to like fly in your face, no matter you try to move out the way, if they're like attracted to your face, there's pretty much nothing you could do. It's just like, what's going on there, buddy? Zzz, like,
Yeah. No, quite honestly, if there were dragonflies the size of dragons, then humanity would be very much on the menu.
Oh yeah, we would. We would.
yeah, we're pretty much mosquitoes to them if they're that big.
Yeah.
Like
Walking
the world is so
mosquitoes.
strange. The world is so strange when you look at it, like life forms and so on like that. It's like, yeah, you see that everyday dogs and cats and birds and nothing. You look at some
Yeah.
other country. It's like, what the hell is that creature?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To which Carry On, I must thank you for the fucking BBC Life series. It has been wonderful to watch. Hey,
I
David
was about to say,
Attenborough is a
wait a minute,
goddamn
what the fuck?
David
Is it
Attenborough is a
heard
gift to
B- I
humanity.
heard- BBC. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh wow. You have a problem, man. You been on the hunt a little bit too much.
No. I saw. I put my headphones back on. I heard BBC. I'm like, what? Jesus Christ! But I'm like, the topic changed so quickly. Like we were just talking about mosquitoes. But in all seriousness, y'all, good thing you guys weren't living millions of years ago, because mosquitoes were, in fact, not mosquitoes. Well, not only mosquitoes, but dragonflies were fucking huge. Everything was pretty
God,
much
Yeah,
Everything was
insect was huge.
Due to the massive oxygen content, which is honestly burn all the trees. We need to keep the oxygen content down so that the bugs stay small.
I'm telling
Well,
you,
that was
man.
because trees were new at the time, or like plant life was pretty new at the time, so there was no
Right.
way for the planet to counteract it. And
No,
there was a
burn
storm.
all the trees. That's the only way to stay safe.
But you know, like
Pretty much.
because of like because like bacteria and so on didn't know how to like handle plant life, it caused a massive extinction.
Now, a funny thing, apparently 85% of our oxygen comes from the ocean, of all
Yeah.
things, like
Back to,
plankton and shit.
plankton and so on.
Hey,
And everyone's like,
Hey.
oh my days. The
so
Amazon,
the
Amazon-
dragonflies around 275 million years ago, they were 2.5 feet wingspan, and they weighed as much as a crow.
That can pick up a no.
They
That can
weighed
pick up a baby, basically.
they weighed over 1 pound, and their wingspan was 2.5 feet. Imagine thousands of them.
God,
Fuck
yeah,
that.
a swarm of those. Yeah, terrifying as fuck, but at the same time, it's like
A bunch of them can
Kinda
pick
wanna
me up and
hold
abduct
one.
me, bro. No, they can abduct me out of nowhere. Like, you're mine, giant mosquito. Like, what the fuck? I'm not a mosquito.
you mean pick you up like a bunch of pickup roaches?
Pretty much, man. Yeah, but back then it was beyond scary. Okay, I'm glad that the oxygen isn't as strong anymore, and we became the apex
Predominant species.
predators, pretty much. You know.
There's just so much creatures. Like there was giant birds that used to hunt humans.
Giant centipedes did.
Yeah. Well, humans were around, but there's like found like bones of like this giant bird in Africa that used to hunt humans. It died off though.
That's a good question. How big were ants back then? That's actually a good question.
Would that be alive back then, or like would a species of?
Were they? I don't know.
I'll do a quick Google search.
So the workers were 3 centimeters long.
That's pretty big for an ant.
Mm-hmm.
That said, this species I'm looking at is the biggest ant species that ever lived on Earth. And the queen bees were 5.5 centimeters long. It has a wingspan of 13 centimeters.
That's huge. That's dangerous. If you think about it.
And think about it, gentlemen. Think about it. I think there's quintillion, sextillion amount of ants.
Oh my god. Okay. So apparently 49.5 million year old fossilized winged queen ant comparable in size to a hummingbird.
What?
Yeah, apparently a queen ant, keep in mind those are the largest of the ants, comparable to a fucking hummingbird.
I will be beyond. Oh no.
Oh God.
And remember, gentlemen. And gentlemen, remember how many ants on there on Earth. Imagine a shit ton of, because worker ants are let's say half a hummingbird. Imagine literally millions upon millions upon. Imagine how big.
Yeah, apparently called
the fucking
Titanomerma.
anthills were.
Man,
Guys, I know we're going off topic. But once again,
Oh fuck it, we're almost 4 hours into this.
Right,
Like we can
we
be
ain't
excused
gonna-
for going off topic.
yeah, it's where guys are able to come here and talk about some random shit. Okay, I understand.
Like, yeah, if you want to be on topic, check the first 2 hours. Aside from that, it's a goddamn wild card.
Wait, I think there's an anime called Terraform Mars, and there's like roaches that are sent to Mars, and I'm not sure what happens to them, but they become human-like.
Wait, there's an anime where roaches are sent to what the fuck? I'm not surprised though. I'm not surprised it's
creepy
an anime.
as hell. It's so
Terraformars, Japanese manga
Mars.
series. 2 original video animations. God, what's the
Oh.
plot? Okay, yeah. So 500 years later, the first crewed ship to Mars and 6 crew members are attacked by giant mutated humanoid cockroaches with incredible physical strength labeled terraformars. The crew is wiped out after sending a warning back to Earth.
Yeah. What a
So
horrible,
apparently that's
what
where
a-
that's where the pickup roaches come from, I guess.
a horrible way to go out.
But they look, Kate.
What
It's
the
like,
fuck?
have you seen the roaches?
No, I don't think so.
Look at the picture.
Oh my. Okay, sorry. Back to ants. Hell ants are known from amber deposits that date back between 78 and 100 million years ago. They have been found in Canada, France, and Myanmar. They are unusual insects that had anatomical features unlike any species living today. One, for example, is called, I can't pronounce that, or Vlad the Impaler, named so because it used a horn on its head to impale prey.
What the hell?
What a horrible time to be alive back then. Oh my god.
I mean,
I'm
honestly,
happy that certain creatures died.
if you've seen bugs and insects eat each other today, just be thankful that they're not much bigger, because goddamn, fucking horror movies where there are giant insects do not do them justice.
Yeah.
Also, I gotta grab another beer and visit the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
I'm just happy that humans didn't exist further back in time, because any point in history
And-
we would have been food.
Yeah, and the biggest species of centipedes was around 8 feet and 2 inches long.
8 feet? That's bigger than
The
Shaq. What the hell?
yeah, that's the biggest prehistoric centipedes is 8 feet and 2 inches long.
Shit, man.
Hey, nature's definitely scary back in the day. Am I right?
Well, okay, like people say, hey, these people that say nature is beautiful and nice, it's like, have you not watched a documentary? It's like documentaries are pretty like reasonable, with, like how they show it, and nature is not nice. Nature is brutal and it has no feelings about anything. It's literally, can you win? Yes or no? And it just pushes you into like the battlefield. It's like, hey, I'm gonna push you in the battle. Can you fight? No. Oh, who cares? You're gonna fight anyway to the death. It's like you're gonna have to fight a creature that is bigger than you. Like chimpanzees can rip apart people.
Well, good thing that us humans, we were able to outsmart these creatures eventually.
Yeah,
That's the only reason why we're still alive for the most part.
yeah. If we was not as smart, we would have been. Whew, we would have been eaten alive.
Yeah,
And,
you walk outside your cave for a bit, and all of a sudden, oh my god, a saber-tooth tiger!
Just the pig, just the giant pig. Do you know what the hell pig?
What?
Hell pig. It's
No,
a
what is?
pig-like creature that existed in America. And it was huge.
How big is a tree spider? And they fall out of trees? And they have a length of 6 inches? Fuck that. Speaking of spiders, how big were prehistoric spiders?
Do we have any bets from the audience here? I'm betting at least.
Body length alone was 21 inches. What?
Almost 2 feet.
Oh my. I will die of shock. Heart attack. Do you guys know how much arachnophobia I have? Man. Oh man. I don't want to imagine how big the legs were.
Okay, now we know that Yeetus needs to play grounded.
I've dealt with a good amount of spiders in my life. Okay.
Oh
Each
my
time
God.
I was petrified, but 21 inches body alone?
No, have you ever played Grounded, Yeetus, or heard of it?
No.
Okay, Grounded is basically Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, the survival game.
Who are you surviving against?
Insects.
Mostly bugs, but there are wolf spiders.
Oh my days.
Have you guys
Wolf
ever
spider.
seen a wolf spider in person?
Not in person, no.
What about huntsman spider?
Not in person,
No.
no.
I have.
I live in Europe. I'm blessed.
I've seen a huntsman spider in person. I don't know why they exist.
Yeah, well, in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, a wolf spider is like one of the big bosses of the game. So if you got arachnophobia, now we need you to play grounded a bit just to see you react to the giant fucking spiders.
Okay.
Look at Mr. Pliskin. Wake up to someone petting your head. Oh my god. Oh, that is so bad. See, the worst thing about spiders is they just appear. You don't see them walking in or nothing. They're just there.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on, bro? I know I'm occupying your space right now, but yeah.
And
Big
then
ass
that's
spider
the thing.
just on the
You
wall,
don't-
just there.
a spider does not occupy your space. You occupy their space.
Have you guys ever dealt with the orbital weave spiders?
I have been to
aside
Korea.
from the ones in grounded, no.
I saw a bunch of them clumped together on the side of a building, like a giant web, like a bunch of them clumped together. I was petrified.
Ooh, that sounds nasty.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm like,
you know,
what'd you say?
the hell pig, yeah, I was talking about. It is 1.5 meters tall, and it weighs 2,000 pounds. What the fuck? Why?
Because
Why
God
does this exist?
because God hates you, clearly.
Well, he loved me enough to me exist in the same time period as them because
Hey, camel spiders can run very fast. They can run very fast.
I mean,
think
if they're
this
the size of
spider's
a
not-
car tire, they probably would.
Like, they can keep up with you. They're aggressive to humans. They will chase you. I know personally. I was running as fast as I can, and it was actually kind of keeping up with me, which made me even run even faster.
And keep in mind, Yeetus has military training, so that's saying something.
Literally, I would never ever, because they started to appear more and more in the States ever since the Iraqi freedom and enduring freedom and people traveling to the Middle East. They bring back those spiders.
So
You
wouldn't
know.
it be more like arachne freedom?
I see the camel spiders with fuck. What do they put? What do Middle Easterns put on their head again? Fuck. I can't think
Turban?
about it. Yeah, the turban with the beard. I can see camel spider having that. Having some Middle Eastern music in the background while they're chasing you.
Operation Arachne Freedom.
Well, you guys technically know the ISIS theme song. I wish I could play it right now. Just see them just.
oh, it's
chasing
a
you.
huntsman spider that hunts cockroaches. Okay.
So if I see one in my place, right? I don't know why they'll be in my place, but let's hypothetically say if they're in my place, most likely there's just cockroaches, right? So I'll know there's no cockroach. If there's a huntsman spider, first off, I'll delete myself. I don't care.
Oh no! It just seems like spiders actually love to eat cockroaches.
To be fair, cockroaches are fucking huge. So if it's a spider capable of eating cockroaches, it too must be fucking huge.
Meat is back on the menu, boys. That's probably what the spider was thinking.
Spiders that eat bloods.
I mean, honestly, the most of the spiders I have to deal with up here, because it is fucking cold o'clock all the time. It's like, oh, hey, spider buddy, please eat the fucking mosquitoes. I don't care if you take up residence. You pay your goddamn rent in mosquito control. So good enough.
You can chill, but out there, not in here. You
Well,
can chill
apparent-
on the window or whatever.
Last thing, apparently spiders are so scared of us due to the vibrations of basically everything that we do that they won't actually approach a human, whether it's awake or sleeping.
Yeah,
That's a
the
lie.
huntsman spiders and the camel spiders have different to say.
Well, yeah, the huntsman spiders and the camel spiders probably don't give a fuck, but it's fucking
Come here.
cold up here.
Come here.
It's fucking cold up here. We don't get those up here.
Oh, that's a big thing. In certain areas, you always check your boots, and you never. I don't know if people leave their shoes outside, but you never leave your shoes outside, ever. Even if their shoes are inside, if you're living in certain areas, always check your shoes.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
You know, because then you'll see a big old scorpion or spiders. Like, oh, Hi there. Just just chilling. You know what I'm saying?
You guys have you guys get like snakes and big birds and all that stuff, and like you guys have big cats.
Americans get goddamn alligators in their swimming pools. Okay.
Okay, I think like in like the southern parts of America, like Texas and so on, they might get jaguars sometimes, which is
Jaguars in
yeah.
America. Yeetus, do you ever get jaguars down there?
No.
I mean,
Yeah,
like we get
there's
like
been
mountain
cases.
lions and shit up here, but
I'm not saying you're wrong, Carry On. I just never heard of
Well, you live
jaguars.
close to Canada from what you said.
Well, I never heard of you talking about mountain lions.
that's the thing. We might get like mountain lions or
Mountain lions,
what,
yeah,
ocelots, perhaps.
yeah, but jaguars. no.
Jaguars are very like
Yeah, they're
southern,
tropical.
like yeah, they're pretty tropical. Like
Yeah,
we get
They
4
wouldn't-
seasons.
they wouldn't survive like that in the cold.
No, that's why I said like the southern states. So like yeah.
Okay.
Maybe Florida. I don't know. You
know-
might have to go past Mexico for that shit. I
Yeah, they go past because like jaguars are dangerous. Like they bite in people's. They don't like suffocate their prey like most big cats do. They puncture their skull.
Do you know
No.
what else is dangerous? Giant moose.
Oh god, yeah, moose.
I never
Fuck.
realized how big they were until I saw one in person. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, that's the thing. Like if you have to choose between a jaguar and a moose, pick the jaguar.
yeah,
every
jaguar,
time.
because a moose will fuck you up with ease. What are you gonna do if you don't have any weapons? You can't do shit.
Like a jaguar, like won't attack. Like most big cats won't attack you unless your back's turned to them. A moose does not give a fuck.
Nope. If you piss it off, it's you know, not a good day.
Hey, do you know how to piss a moose off?
How?
Be where it can see you.
Pretty
It's really
much.
that bad.
Moose,
Moose-
they tend to mind their business until you're like, in their peripheral vision, like they can like actually see you. Then they'll get very aggressive because they mind their business. They're territorial.
Yeah, no, like that's the thing. Like a moose doesn't enter your territory; you enter a moose's territory. Like if you hit a moose with a truck, it's you that's going to be dragged away, and the moose that's getting away unscathed.
That's so dumb. Like a fleshy creature.
It's a goddamn. It's a fucking northern elephant. Okay.
Yeah, do you know how big mooses are?
I know how big. They
Oh, I was
are.
about to
see
say.
pictures, like with full-grown people standing next to them. It's just like
They're
it's so
stupid
depressing
big.
when you just realize how dangerous animals can be at times. Like bears, they can be shot at and still.
Hey, bears, man, they be on demon time. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like that's the thing. It basically fucking moose and grizzly bears. They're fucking dangerous. I'd honestly rather run into a grizzly bear than a moose, though.
This is why I always advocate if you're gonna be camping or something, always bring a weapon with you. Always. I mean, like not just some weak, measly like M9 pistol, or whatever. Like bring a
you bring a
decent weapon.
goddamn shotgun.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to have someone that can penetrate deep into something deep because there's been so many cases of like before when guns were pretty shitty with muskets where people were like, oh yeah, we're gonna hunt bear. And they came back with less people than they
I'm sorry. I remember that time Island Herman was proposing like you had a bear. You said one guy with a spear to hunt a bear for his rite of passage. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm
dude?
like, no.
Bears were
Hey
literally
guys,
seen
I
as
got to stop all y'all right now. Anybody that's still watching, here is the one, the only Undead Chronic.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. There was a bunch of black simps and black horse talking about mud negrosphere. I had to go in there and be like, well, as a white man, and just triggered them. Like one girl said, she was like telling me, feminism has always been about the protection of white women. I'm like, well, you're a feminist. She's like, what? I'm like, well, you voted, right? She's like, yeah. I'm like, and you're a feminist. And they lost their shit. And then I said, I'm looking for 18 to 22. They call me a pedophile. You know, that's the high IQ, black wamanism of YouTube. But
Yeah. So
I literally made my boy over here just lose faith in his community another million times. So now he's got vitiligo. He's turning white. I got one arm done.
Oh no!
We'll just join another couple black.
He's-
We'll just join another couple pro black streams and it'll be over.
he's coming to the light now, huh?
The light. Just like once you stop being feminist, you literally turn white. Like Yeetus is white in his bones, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I literally ripped off my skin.
He's like, hell no.
You pretty much your friend is going through a transformation like Spider-Man 3 with that Venom shit that was going on where his suit was turning black. Is instead turning white for him. He's just looking at his hand like,
funky dunks.
whoa! I'm my name is Michael now.
Yeah. And then one black sim was like, let me explain to you. And I was just like, no, I agree. And he's just like, don't interrupt me. I'm like, I literally just said I agree. He's just like, well, don't. And just let me talk to you, son. And I was just like, I just left. I was like, nah. I'm not gonna have some bastard who's son of a bastard call me son. I know my father. Hell no.
Yeah, why you?
Dude, they had no idea who I was. They're like having like 30 people on their stream. They're like, let us teach you something about YouTube. I'm like, oh, please do. Please tell me something about YouTube.
Wait, what's
Connor can legit say, I've been doing this shit since you've been like in school. Shut the fuck up.
It wasn't for content. It was just to entertain my boy because they were just like talking about what other dumb shit did they say?
Black womanism?
It was literally every single time I would say something, like half of them would call me pedophile and half of them would be like, incel. I'm like, how could I be an incel pedophile? Explain that to me. I don't even get it.
Yeah, that's definitely
That's not pedophilia.
Okay, black people. Okay, when it comes to blacks, all right, we
When it comes to blacks,
yeah,
white supremacist.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I highly doubt. They might as well call me Uncle Tom, right? The black community has a tendency getting beyond emotional when
they all got emotional. It was
yeah when they can't pull the victim card. Oh, they go fucking nuts. Yeah,
like one of them was just like, so you know about feminism and black community. What have you done to help the black community? I was like, nothing. I don't give a fuck about the black community. And they lost their shit.
Yeah, why should you?
Like, why is or they want a white savior, a white man to come save the community? Fuck that. I don't even care about the white community. It's all a bunch of cucks.
So you intentionally destroy your own sons, but then expect a random white guy to save the day? Okay, cool.
Yeah. So I said like 30% of men between 18 and 30 haven't had sex in the past year. Like 30%. And they're like, well, I think that's more of a problem with the men than the women. I'm like, so women are. So I was like, so the fact that women find 80% of men as less than average attraction, that's not a problem. They said no. I'm like, and this is why the black community has a apocalypse of single mothers. And they're like, well, it's up to the man. This chick literally told me it's up to the man to orgasm or not within her. I'm like, so do you let anybody in you? She's like, no. I'm like, so when you go on dates, do you say no to any men that like have 10 guys asking on a date? Do you say yes to all of them? She's like, no, I wouldn't do that. I'm like, so you're choosing who to potentially have sex with. It's almost like you choose every step up to his orgasm. So it's only at his orgasm he chooses to have the kid. He should stick around. Ever come across your mind that you want, bad boys and bums inside of you? Yeah, she lost her shit because these queens are trying to act like they're high value. I'm like, when I said no Hyman, no diamond, bro, they lost their shit. Like, you should be banned from YouTube. Why are you talking about Hymens on YouTube? I'm like,
you guys talk about the most vulgar shit on.
I'm like, it's so vulgar to want a virgin wife to take care of. That is just the word. I should just be out here slinging white dick in the hood, right? Like deal like that CIA was dealing that white powder. Crosby out there dealing that white dick. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
See, chat, you see this shit? This is what I'm talking about in my topic. Anytime you set standards for yourself as a man, you get attacked on all angles on why
the black simps. Yeetus, you would have lost it. The black simps were like, I at least saw one guy biting his lip and shaking his head. He's like, the dude was about to bite his lip off. I'm like, bro, calm down, man. It's fucking YouTube, man. Don't hurt yourself.
Just because I have standards for myself is this an issue?
Yeah. What's going to be the next triggering shit? Queens don't have sex with bums.
Oh, like, it's up to the. She's like, it's up. She's like, it's up to the men to stick around. It's their fault. I'm like, no. Now that women have sexual freedom, they choose to fuck dudes that will run off and don't care about their children. Before, when their fathers decided who they had sex with, this really didn't happen. I should have recorded that, bro. I should have made it a segment. This one black simp at the corner was like shaking his head. I literally saw him slap himself once. I'm like, he wants to, like, like these monks in ancient Europe, like, they were like, not ancient Europe, medieval Europe during the plague, like whipping themselves. God save me. He's just like, please, queen, give me pussy. Please, queen, give me pussy. Like, what the fuck is going? I should have brought you on the stream. That shit was too funny. Oh, if only StreamYards could like have like conversations between different StreamYards, because like I had to leave my stream to attempt to join. I had to join not a person. He was the embodiment of the Negro sphere. I tried to join his stream. I had to leave everybody else hanging. It was kind of lame.
Chronic, can you carry on and go get a drink right quick?
No, you're good. You're good. I am more than happy to carry on the show. So if you guys like these conversations, if you like these discussions, consider donating to paypal.me/Sir Yeetus. That's paypal.me/Sir Yeetus.
Honestly, Chronic, I'm gonna fucking tip a goddamn beer to you, because for fuck's sakes, you have the patience of a fucking saint. I swear, to deal with all these people.
It's not the black manosphere, the black woman sphere, whatever it is. I see these people as feminists and simps. And so when I observe feminists and simps, it's like me going to the zoo.
Even the PUAs, man, like seriously, I listen to them for a couple minutes, my blood starts to go up, and I'm like, God damn, you can handle this shit way fucking better than I can. So I fucking salute you however you take it.
To them, it's a job. To me, it's a fucking hobby. Like their livelihood, like when they debate Undead Chronic, they discuss with Undead Chronic, they have to fight for the food on their dinner plate. They have to fight for the lube that goes inside a Brazilian hooker. They're fighting for that. For me, it's just like, even if I lose it, I'm like, I don't care. Like it's just whatever. I'll let them. At least my debating style, it's more just like, let's talk about your values. Because at the end of the day, me losing the debate is someone saying, I don't agree with your values. I'm like, okay. That's just, I tell my own fans. I have dudes that, bro, Chronic, I fell in love with a girl. She fucked 2 dudes before me. I really like her though. She submit all these great things. I'm like, here's my advice. If you marry her, good luck. I mean, good luck. Not like good luck. It's like, honestly, I hope you're one of the two. I hope you flip the coin, you land on the right side. This is for me and the dudes who are still looking. I'm just giving them advice. And that's in combination with the roasts.
I do think that's a very important value that a lot of people could have, including myself, is that to detach yourselves. Like, it's not about trying to justify one's own values, to be secure in one's own values, and to just accept that other people are who they are, what they are, and to just let them explain themselves.
Yeah,
period.
well, it also depends on if I have an audience. So what? The last 3 or 4 streams, I had my best friend literally sitting next to me, just like, I was like, let me show you some shit. He watched a TFM Sandman stream. So they'll say some stuff. I'll mute my mic. I'll press the button and I'll go off, roast them. We just laugh at them. We're just like, what the fuck are they talking about? Like that kind of stuff. So that happens. I just don't let the opposition know. Like, I don't want them to know I'm literally laughing at them because they're so simpy or fool, whatever it is.
Yeah. But what you said about the black community, yeah, they pick the worst people. It's like one guy could probably have 10 children from like 5 different women. And it's like
I literally told these black simps, I told these black simps, I said, why do you want me to work to fix the black community? Tell me the truth. Do you need a white savior? Do you need a white savior? And then it was like a couple minutes of yelling, and I swear one bitch was crying in the corner, but I'm like, strong black men that know what they want, they don't need a white man to tell them what to do.
Oh, they're not strong. They don't have the will to actually stand up to the people that they supposedly care about and tell them you're fucking up.
I'll be honest. Anybody that goes on stream with 3 black women, it kind of tells you everything I need to know about them. I had 2 chicks on once, and even then, it ended up turning to them just talking to each other to try to be friends. I'm like, okay, let's move it around, ladies.
Now, that is an important... God, I remember one time I was trying to hear 3 women try to agree on how to park.
What the?
There's a funny picture. It's like a Google Earth image, and someone took a picture of like the International Feminist Coalition, some NGO for feminists, and took a picture of the parking lot, and it's the worst fucking parking you'd ever seen. It's absolutely hilarious. So like one girl's like half in the parking one, one's taking up 2 lanes, one's not even parked in the parking spot. I'm like, yep, this is probably how like turbo feminists park. To like, the parking lines are patriarchy.
The inconsistent. See, anything that like that's just so lazy. That's like saying anything I don't like is from the devil. It's like I just don't want to do it. But I come on, dumbasses.
Quite honestly, this is why, like, in the greatest of ironies, I honestly think that red pill men actually love women more than feminists do, because red pill men actually want what's best for women. Feminists don't give a shit. They just want power.
Yeah, you know what? I
agree.
think I'm gonna clip I'll clip my. Let me see here. How long was I talking to these fools? I was talking to these blacks. I'll tell the truth. I was talking to these black supremacists because that's how I see them. Yeah, I was talking to them for like 14 minutes. That's a good clip. Yeah, I'll record that and clip it up tonight, and you guys can see the absolute tomfoolery we had.
Bro, I'm so
Well,
down
you know,
to watch.
Well, yeah, the stream was on a woman with 1.5K subs, and they had no idea who I was. I was just like, oh, a bunch of black supremacists trying to roast the manosphere. I'll comment on this shit.
See, I'm gonna say black women get the most offended by the manosphere because most of what anyone from the manosphere says is mostly connected to them because they have most of the characteristics of these women that they talk about.
I mean, I said no hymen, no diamond, and the black women literally were like screaming. I'm like, why are you so upset? Is it that the first white man on the show has zero potential to marry you? Is that why you're getting so upset? Why do you care if I don't want to marry you?
No, it's also that they haven't heard anyone tell them no. Like most black men that I see, it is all up in their ass. Try literally.
Hey, Key, do you want to know what I went to a vibrant Ethiopian community area, community in London, and I was with my what was he? He was like half Pakistani, like fourth black, a fourth white. He was the definition of American mystery meat, right? And we'd be walking around just hitting on all these like super dark Ethiopian chicks. He'd be like, bro, what? Dude, they're black. I'm like, I was just like, look, man, you know what they say. The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. I was with this chick, then pussy lips were purple. I'm like, I think I taste some grape Kool-Aid. I love that shit.
Damn.
Yeetus goes back. What the fuck? Chronic, I trusted you with the stream. You talking about your sexual fantasies up in the bitch. Damn it. You're going to get a note from Susan. You're going to get a note from Susan. No more green skins on your live streams.
Okay. My bat's going to stop on that, Chronic.
Oh, dude. Okay, so also here's an important thing. All 4 of these black people, I say people, simps and I'll just call them whores because they weren't virgins. These simps and whores told me that Jewish people were white. I was like, hey, if Jews are white, Hispanics are black. They know Hispanics are white too. I'm like, okay, Filipinos are black. They were losing their shit. I'm like, if you're gonna tell me that Jewish people are white, bro, I'm gonna pick up an armadillo. Like, yo, what's up, my N-word?
Oh my god.
That's how I was like, yeah, you guys are dumb.
But in the end though, it's pretty crazy how it only takes a few words, especially in the black community, for them to be broken down like fine china. You just like a fucking clump of hard clay. You just smash it on the ground. That's how fragile their fucking insecurities and ego is. Only because you point out the truth.
I mean, I really think it might be more prevalent in the black YouTube community, but if you aren't willing to have discussions with people you disagree with, you'll get pussy hurt. If you're just around people that go, yes, queen, yes, queen. That's this chick was surrounded by black dudes going, yes, queen, yes, queen, yes, queen, yes, queen. They were all agreeing with each other the whole time. It was only when I came in, they started getting the ghosts of Hyman's past ripped up and bleeding everywhere. Whereas like I had a dude that came on my channel that made fun of my religion, saying that, Virgin Mary was like getting banged by a Roman soldier and cucked everybody. It's just like, am I offended by that? I mean, no, I'm not offended by that because he obviously disrespects me. So I feel disrespected, yes, but I'm not going to get pussy hurt over it. The dude spent his whole life whore maxing. So we have the complete. We bring anybody onto the show. The more of a hater you are, the more I want you on, because even if I don't change your mind or I don't get some good roasts, I use them as a foil, a metaphorical literary foil to show how different I am to them. Because then people who are watching, like, I don't know who I want to support, they see the absolute difference between the two.
Yeah, I wonder why you keep bringing Hazard on.
Bro, you were there. You were there, man. It was like, here is the epitome of a blue collar argument. Fuck it, fuck. She was so perfect.
That threw me off guard. I was like, yo.
That was the fingers of God on that dude's vocal cords, just sparking out in his drunken state of loneliness.
That was perfect timing, bro. Perfect timing. What'd you say, Greg?
I'll admit I've considered, like, should I just like make a fake avatar and a name and call it as a fake hater and actually try to hate on Chronic for a while? But it's like
I've had a couple people try that, man. But within the first minute, I'm just like, man, you full of shit, man. Get out of here, you supporter.
Yeah, I know.
You fucking Chronic fan. How dare you?
I know. I can't match to a real hater. They're just too pure.
Oh, you can tell somebody's a hater immediately. Yeah, I agree with Chronic.
Oh, you heard it, Sir Yeetus, like the haters call and go, I'm not a hater. I just have a disagreement. And an hour later, talk about homosexual acts, doing the skeleton and the zombie for whatever reason. And then the people who say, oh, I'm definitely a hater. Man, Chronic, why don't you want to slurp up chlamydia zinc? I'm like, bro, I know you're a fan. You're trying to be funny. I could tell. It's almost like the opposite of what they say they are.
I see. And anytime somebody joins the chat, immediately says I'm not a hater. Oh, yeah. Something juicy.
Yeetus is just like, I'm all skull and bones, but I can see some juice dripping off this bitch.
That's pretty much, bro. And the fact that I'm sorry, I will never forget that episode. I'm 13 Bravo, bro. Okay, what is that? It's combat arms, you fucking idiot. I'm like, oh, okay, what is that? Like, he's avoiding the question so fucking hard. Oh shit. And then I was just keeping it real. I'm like, why are you being upset about a daughter you don't give a fuck about who she sleeps with? That he said he's just gonna put it up the butt. Why are you so upset? She's 21. She's a homegrown woman, right? But come to Carson, bro. Come to Carson right now. I'll knock you out. I'm like, first off, I ain't going to no shitty ass Carson. I know what Carson you're talking about. That's a piece of shit place. Two, he doesn't give a fuck about you. All he was talking about was your daughter. He ain't trying to fight. He just trying to fuck. Like, why are you so upset? I'm 13 Bravo, goddammit. Like, oh my god. it was a lost call. And he's military, he says. And that's why I kept saying so much from military bearing. So much for that shit.
Dude sounded drunk, to be honest. Like,
even as drunk, I would not go that fucking crazy.
Even if he was drunk, that's still what he thought inside.
Yeah, like you brought up your daughter. You did. We did it. What did we do? You gave us as a soldier, you should know not to give up crucial information to the enemy. You fucked up, not us. Yeah, you gave
maybe
up.
He was watching her on Pornhub or something.
Yeah, he gave up crucial intel. That's on him. And we just use it against him. That's on Chronic. Would you agree? Is Chronic gone?
Bro, that guy was drunk.
Oh, there you go.
That guy was drunk as fuck. Dude, I can't get over the fact, like, you haven't seen your dad in 5 years, and the first thing you get is Womanese by Mr. OB, some fucking white pigs, Donovan Sharp. I'm still kidding. I still feel for those kids. Bro, it's like Yeetus is like, I haven't seen Daddy Chronic in 8 years. He left to get cigarettes. And I come back and I'm like, here you go, Yeetus. I thought you a chocolate bar and I already ate half of it.
Also, here's a relative.
He's like, I don't even have a stomach, you dumb green bitch.
That's so weird. I haven't seen my kids in years, but when I see them, I'm gonna give them a Rollo Tomasi book. Like, what the fuck do they care about that? Like,
the average Rollo Tomasi fan.
He hasn't seen his kids?
He said he hasn't seen them in years.
Oh my! I thought that's worse than what I thought it was.
Yeah, it was very fucking bad.
Oh my god! I just thought he did. Like, I thought he was in their life. Like, he saw them occasionally, but If he hasn't seen the kids, oh my days. Yeah, I'll definitely. If I was one of his kids, I'll beat his ass.
Yeah, he never sees his kids. He says he doesn't give a fuck who his daughter fucks. So that's
Unless it's Cornet.
a weak piece of shit father and a sorry excuse for a man in general for even uttering that shit out of his fucking mouth. Okay, because my daughter will become a fucking Rapunzel if I hear that she's trying to go out on the casting couch and shit. Okay, she will go up on in her room, but she won't leave until she's married. Guaranteed. Talking about, yeah, it doesn't matter who she fucks, man. It's none of my business. You weak.
I told these black simps, yeah, if a white woman fucks a black dude, I don't think she's white anymore. He's like, the white man disagrees with me.
Why they acting like that? Because they do the same thing too.
I am like, they go to sleep and they imagine a white man that doesn't hate white people, and they're just like, I think there's one out there still. Oh God. And that's just, and I even said, I don't care about white bitches who fucked white dudes. I'm not gonna marry them either. I don't care about them. It's just, I'm sorry. I'm on their chat. I'm just baiting them. I'm like, if you want to hate white people, email me at zombiekush14@gmail.com and we can get you on my show. I get 10 times the viewers this show does when you face.
Oh,
Chronic the masturbator.
What happened on that raid again? Because you said he was going to talk to me about it later.
So he invited me on. He was 40 minutes late to his own show.
Yeah, that's unacceptable. Yeah.
If I was more than 30 minutes late to the show, I'd tell Manic to cancel it because I couldn't, and I would apologize, and I probably do. I don't know. I just do a poll. How does Chronic? I think I did before last time on Super Late. What does Chronic do to make up for his chronic tardiness?
Yeah, you did. I had to message you that day.
Yeah.
Like, hey, bro.
Yep. But so he wanted me on. I came on. Are you gonna show your face? Are you gonna show the camera on? I'm like, are you gonna let me fuck your bitch? I said, are you letting me going to smash your bitch's pussy hole? And he's like, okay, you nerd. And he kicked me. He's like, we sound like a white man, typical of a white man. I was like, so racist, wasting my time, made my show, listen to the betas calling into his show. So I was like, you know what? I was pissed off. I was fucking pissed. I was like, I waited all this time. I wanted to end the show an hour ago. I'm waiting for this beta to let me call on a show so I could just tell him what a fucking pull-up is. I just wanted to educate him for free.
No.
That was my only disagreement. That's a chin-up. That's not a pull-up.
That's all I was told. Yeah, I was told that you were not in a good mood.
Oh, I was pissed. I was like, fuck it. I was like, okay, we're gonna raid this shit. And I was like, what do I say? And it's like, okay, this is how I'm gonna rate it. This beta doesn't even know what a pull-up is. Crying emoji. And this is how much it meant to me, Yeetus. What are you saying? I just get a little sad. Thinking of all the shekels I lost. I unpinned my PayPal.
No.
I pinned the raid comment. I was just like, it's not about the money. It's about triggering a beta.
Pretty much.
I like go to this link and say this beta, you know what a pull-up is. Dude, he had no wrenches. Not a single wrench with over 1,400 people watched. So it was only him who could ban people. But it wasn't focusing on it.
It's like having a kingdom with no walls. No, nothing.
Yeah, literally, he's like a kingdom, and all his soldiers were just had their pants down, bending over. Just like, oh man, I hope nobody bakes this buck.
So easy pickings right there. Like it's pretty much it's free real estate.
Dude, the chat, I've never seen a chat move so much, and it was the same thing. This beta doesn't even know what pull-up is. It lasted like 4 minutes, like 3 or 4, maybe 5 minutes. He's like, hey, thanks guys for calling in. He looked over the chat, and I just tell by his eyes, he's like, I'll see you guys later. He closed the stream and he deleted it.
Damn.
Man, if I had a stream with 1,200 people watching and it got rated, I would just be like, now's your chance, Brudas. Roast these simps back. I would love it. I would like slow it down so I could read it. I'm like, someone says Chronic's lying. His schlong is only 10 inches in girth. I'm like, well, you know what? I'm just an incel with a 10-inch girth schlong. Call that shit the green flying saucer. Little green man coming out of that.
He could easily have been like, you know what? Yeah, he's right. I'm doing it. I'm doing a chin up, and my channel is called, I called it a pull up. Yeah, he's correct. Whatever. And it could have ended a lot differently, but similar to Cook Murphy, He got very fragile, very emotional.
He could have just ignored it, man. He could have just ignored the chat and could have made a couple more shekels.
Like, he got so bitch made so quickly just
Yep.
because, he doesn't know what to pull up. That's one of the weakest roasts that I've ever heard. And he still got so.
Oh, he also called me a nerd.
Like,
Yeah,
are we in fucking high
his
school?
first sentence was "What up? What's up, nerd?" And I was just like, "Yeah, I should."
I was like, okay.
It's just, I just, I'm like, "What's up, beta?" I don't even know, bro. He kicked me so fast because he was scared to have a conversation. He just wanted to make fun of how I look like, or if he wasn't gonna make fun of how I look like, he'd be like, "Wink, wink, nudge, nudge." Antifa the feminists. This is what Underchronicle looks like. This is what I don't understand. Even these black simps I just talked to, turn on your camera, dude. Turn it on. I'll get doxxed. I'll get canceled. We won't do that. Do you think my enemies won't see this? Do you think people won't talk about this? Do you think I won't lose everything? These people are too stupid to realize what's at stake. They think that the only people that are talking about this kind of stuff, the only thing I talk about is, I don't think you get that much puniti. I don't think feminism is a good thing. If I just say, I'm not a feminist, I don't like feminism, that is enough to get me blacklisted from my career.
Yep. And they know this.
Mhm.
They know this. See, that's why I keep telling you, chat. That's what I'm talking about. They always want you to reveal your face because they want to attack you, not the argument.
The Warband pisses them off. We're in the shadows. We can't show our face and be like, look at me flex, look at me flex. I could show my face and flex on the camera for about 30 minutes. And these black bitches would change their tune real fast. Oh, hey, you going any cotton in the back? You want me to bend over in front of it? Oh, please. No, I'm not about that. I'm not about that. I'll roast you with the green skin. So just the words, my personality, my roasts, they can stay in your little fucking head. Pickup artists, simps, roaches, feminists.
Focus on my argument. What does what I look like has any difference in what I'm saying?
And I love how they're just like, you should have reviewed yourself on my 70K sub channel. Bitch, one of the first debates I did was Destiny. If I was going to show my face, it'd be with that dude because he's so big. But no. I waited all this time to show my face and get canceled talking to your bitch ass, lonely ass.
Right.
Waiting to get a YouTube plaque ass. Man, if I ever get a YouTube plaque, I'm gonna take it to the gun range, and I'm just gonna I'm gonna rent every single 50 cal I can. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put like a BLM. I'm gonna put Obama on it, and I'm just gonna ask all the fat rednecks there, yo, what's your biggest gun? Come here next week and shoot this Obama plaque. I know what I'm gonna do. So I'm just gonna walk out with like actual artillery cannon, bro. Was that legal? He's like, in the state of Mississippi, it is.
But yeah, I'm definitely going to make some content off of this situation. All these people that you fucking owned, right? Eventually they say, show your face, bro. You don't get bitches, bro. You don't do this, bro. You probably ugly as shit. You don't get bitches. Like, that's literally the only argument they resort to when they can't argue your facts.
Hey, on YouTube, the only bitch that matters is Susan.
Yeah,
Amen.
pretty much.
Amen. Yo, if I knew I wouldn't lose a YouTube channel, maybe I would have shown my face just so that people could see me like fall out of my chair laughing at them.
It is fucking hilarious, man. Hilarious. That's one of the main reasons why I made this live stream today. Because anytime, and you're not even saying anything bad on the chronic, you're just keeping it real. You're keeping it honest. You're expressing your standards that you get attacked within a 50-meter radius by a bunch of Sims, feminists, white knights, gold diggers.
At the very worst, their arguments can be, I think your standards are wrong.
Which will be a plausible argument if they can back it up.
Yeah, but like you can't tell me that non-virgins have more stable marriages than virgins. They just lost their hymens at 13 to Pookie and Ray Ray in the back of a shitty Chevy. So they'll never get it back, and everything else that they're going to talk about that is coke.
Shit. Okay, Undead Crown is keeping it real. Too base. He's too base right now.
No, actually, speaking of standards, I just need to confirm something. When you refer to plates, one plate is 45 pounds, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm not some pickup artist bitch.
Wait, you go to the gym, right, Gray?
I do a home gym, so
Oh, okay.
unfortunately, no.
Just making sure. Well, okay, because you're from another country, so your standards, your metric system is different. So I see why you ask.
Yeah, I still measure in pounds. My understanding is of plates. Max thing they give per plate is 45 pounds. I just wanted to confirm that.
And I agree with what Undead Chronic said before. Like, don't talk shit to me if you can't bench at least 2 plates. Don't even come in my direction.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm a long way to go from that point, unfortunately.
Yes.
You
but hey,
not be talking shit.
don't talk shit if you can't bench 2 plates. That's the standard. How dare you have standards, Chronic? What the fuck?
It's a damn good standard, man.
It's mostly just a troll. If someone wants to intellectually debate me, sure. But if you're gonna say I'll fucking kick your ass, bro, like if John Anthony Lifestyle says he's gonna fucking kick my ass and all this shit, bro, I've seen bigger tits on a 10-year-old girl.
Hey, I consider 180 pounds a damn good standard to hold to. So fuck it.
Man,
Like what that? Like 180 pounds of raw chlamydia that have infested his testes. You know how much chlamydia that is? That's probably what's above a trillion, quadrillion? I don't know. 1 times 10 to the 59th.
Well, though, that'd be like what a
Like every chlamydia to have ever lived has passed through his testes.
180 pounds of chlamydia would be one hell of a rucksack carry, right?
my biggest question is
he carries it every day in his little underdeveloping gonads.
hey, my biggest question is why the fuck is he in Brazil?
Why do you think? Because he can't get white bitches.
Yeah, I just put it out there. I'm like, why the fuck are you there, huh?
Although, sorry, this is something chronic that I don't know. You might want to save or not, depending on how much value you streams. But wherever there's cheap women, there's cheap assassins.
I mean, no. When I say I have contacts in Brazil, I'm not lying.
I believe you, man.
Like if I get doxxed by John Anthony Lifestyle, I will myself
There'll be some
link
arrangements.
I will link a live leak video of some moped Brudas getting
Jesus Christ.
You guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Yeetus knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, man. You shouldn't say that.
Then they'll pull out a real nice camera and take some nice pictures, and that shit will go on 4chan.
Oh no. Mike, hey, to keep it real.
I don't even think I have to pay for it. But look at this white guy. Look at this white guy bragging about getting Brazilian pussy. You guys are cool with that, right? He talks about getting all this pussy.
He has money
in your country.
Like, go over there. He has money. He has a lot of money. Go over there. Go to that particular location. Okay. He pays for that puniti.
I mean, that's not doxing, right? It's public information that I just got to share his YouTube channel to some cartel members. That's all. That's not doxing. It's public. It's public.
Based on your debate with that guy, we pretty much assess that he has sociopathic tendencies.
I mean, here's another thing.
So
when I was at the academy for about a year. You know what I'm talking about, Yeetus, the academy.
Yeah.
For your branch.
Yeah.
We did a grip strength measurement, and I had the highest grip strength that anybody's ever recorded at that academy. Not ever, it was that academy. Now you might be saying, does this prove that Undead Chronic's actually Undead Coomer? Maybe. But what it proves for me, I'm like, would I really want to pay for someone else to have the satisfaction? Or would I want to turn a white fat Play-Doh neck into a fucking figure 8?
Yeah, grip strength is no joke, man. That test is it definitely tests your strength. Definitely.
I gotta calm down. I'm gonna get you straight down.
You could, Chronic.
I just need to make that Odyssey video. What would happen if Undead Chronic met John Anthony Lifestyle?
Bro, I'm down to watch it. In fact, I will be promoting more and more Odyssey and other all social media platforms. I'm gonna start.
Basically, if there's any insinuation of murder or drug dealing, or descriptive roasts about people's certain genitalias, it will be an Odyssey.
Seriously, gonna have to make my own goddamn Odyssey account at this point.
After I saw Hammerhand's video, I was like, "She."
You know what we should do? You know what we should be great, Yeetus?
What?
Me, the Warband should make an Odyssey account and have a betting pool on what video is going to get a strike first.
Oh God.
We'll just mirror all our Odyssey videos to it. We're like, oh, this is definitely going to get a strike. I upload a 3-second clip. Sweet
It's-
Puniti strike. Oh, come on!
Strike. Strike immediately. But
No,
yeah, when I
no.
when I saw him and Hand's video on Odyssey, I was like, what the fuck? Like, how is this not taken down yet? I was like, wait a minute, this is Odyssey.
I mean, I was just like, he's out of place, but he's not wrong.
Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Like, I'm not saying that.
Hammerhand talking about that is at such a higher level. John Anthony lifestyle, his nose is to the floor looking for the next fat yeast pussy. He, like I said this before, these dudes are going to be like schlong deep in some fat single mother when they be like, oh, my backside's kind of hot. Why is it so bright around here? Because their city got fucking nuked because they are so oblivious of anything that doesn't have to do with pussy.
Pretty much, I agree. I agree, 1,000,000%, dude.
God, that's really the frustrating thing. It's like, motherfuckers, can you not conceive of a world beyond a woman's vagina?
Well, hey, like, can these roaches think about anything besides the cornflakes I spilled behind my fridge 2 months ago? No. If they could think, they wouldn't be fucking cockroaches. But they can't think. And so here comes the boot.
Yep, they're just gonna be chilling behind the fridge, just munching on them cornflakes. Don't give a fuck.
Although,
about
honestly,
anything else.
at least roaches could theoretically survive a nuclear apocalypse. So I think that calling them roaches is a discredit to roaches.
I mean, it just depends on. That's like I feel like it's an urban myth. Now, how about you tell me this? 99.999% of cockroaches depend on human processed food and stored food. So, could the 0.001% of roaches that aren't in any fallout zones survive and reproduce and evolve long enough to avoid any other predators? I think cats would probably kill them all.
Yeah, cats and various other animals and insects that rely on roaches for food. Yeah, they're not going to survive much longer.
Most people are disgusted by cockroaches. I sent John Anthony's videos, not from Chronic, but from my personal, to my dad, to a couple girls I was talking to friends, and to some randoms. Every single one had the same visceral reaction that one would have to a cockroach. This guy is trash.
Yeah, the funny thing is, when I did that cockroach edit, I actually had to give him a better jawline just so he'd match the cockroach's profile.
No, you should have kept it soft. I'll be back in a second, Yeetus.
All right, too easy, man. So, Ray, based on the conversation we're having about the John Anthony dude, what do you have to say about that? What we talked about so far?
You mean aside from the fact that he looks like his head got smashed with a sledgehammer?
God damn. Yeah, besides that.
It's like, okay. And this is coming from a guy who has actually paid for pickup artist stuff in the past. I fully accept any roast that come from that. I accept it as a shame.
Hey,
But
you
God.
came into the light. That's all that matters.
Hey, no, I still understand that roasts are an acceptable purpose.
We'll talk shit, but now you know that it's wrong. This guy will forever back up this PUA bullshit. So there's a complete difference.
Yeah. Still.
What are you saying?
Just God fucking damn. Guy. Again, I had to improve his fucking facial structure to make him match a cockroach. So that should kind of tell you what his facial structure looks like normally.
Oh God!
It's like,
oh shit! Carry on. What about you? Carry on. What do you think?
John Anthony, he's the idle dream for every simp and his sisters. They want to be him. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, he's a simp that's got lucky because everything he does is what a simp does, but he's just getting pussy. So.
well, that's the fucking thing. Okay, this is something that has fucking confused me. Because, like, I understand what he does. I understand the concept of writing up all this kind of bullshit for a bullshit argument to extract resources from desperate single men with more money than brains. Okay, I get that. But then to imagine the mental process required to actually follow through all the way and then to commit so seriously to such an act, it's like, wow, there is something fundamentally wrong with you.
Do you want to hear something fundamentally wrong? Yeetus, you'll like this.
Oh, what's up?
Under chronic stick be in your daughter's ass.
We salute your daughter's cervix.
Oh, shout out. Oh, shout- were you guys surprised when you heard that? You're like, is he actually? He is. This is like mumble rap, but sex noises.
Hey, you should make that to you should actually clip that and actually add it to one of your endings, like one of your outros.
I told my
think
boy
it'd
I
be
was
pretty
gonna.
good.
I told my boy I was gonna finally record monk mode before he flies out, so I gotta do that too.
We got 4 hours 53 minutes into this video. I'll put that in the notepad.
Yes.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. But under chronic, hey, yeah, Gray, he's the one that did that artwork. That guy right there. He's very
Oh,
good.
good job, Greg. I like the
Yeah.
pigs. Also,
Yeah.
love how Ribby's like sliding over the top of the car. You should make a
Yeah.
GIF where Ribby slides over the top of the car and then just eats shit on the end of it.
You should.
Like, honestly, and then he gets up, shrugs, and then like sips from a flask.
All right. Well, I'll add that to the list of many.
One of the many lists of
I have to
ideas.
work on.
Right, one of the lists.
Oh, wait, you
No
already talked
particular
to Chronic?
priority.
Damn. All right, that was quick.
Yeah.
I
But
was
you,
like,
just,
I
you,
told
need,
you
you,
already.
just, you need to get to drinking and stop streaming, man. I gotta get out of here.
I'm actually drinking.
Yeah, that's good.
I should drink.
That's
I
good.
drink
Okay.
faster.
I'm setting bait into the black. Well, I mean, they won't claim to be black supremacists, but let's be honest, they black supremacists. I'm just gonna keep baiting them, see if I get any people set up for another more UCW shows.
But hey, Chronic.
If they do
see,
come on, I think you, Yeetus, you could be the moderator / like interesting. I got a question. What do you think about this?
What's up?
Because they'd be like, "What are you? Another one of his white buddies?" You'd be like, "My melanin speaks to the screen."
They'll probably think he's black anyway.
Hey, I'll talk to you later, guys.
Hey, VC, man. VC.
Peace.
All right. So, guys, what do you guys think about the topic today? Before I end it.
In summary, the state, feminists, and simps all have a collective desire to destroy the traditional man, even though their initial motivations may differ. So I'd say to any man out there, please acquire some standards, hold some respect to yourself, and really value what you put into this world, because it is far more than anyone will ever acknowledge.
Yes, there's way more to life than second, third world puniti. Just putting it out there. There's so many things you can do. The greatness of various men throughout history is solely because they focus on their purpose. Hell, Sir Isaac Newton died as a virgin. I'm just putting it out there.
Isaac Newton he didn't like people.
Well, yeah, I understand, but that's an example because there's other, like Leonardo da Vinci. I think Da Vinci, yeah. He technically went his own way later on in life, and created some fantastic art. Who's this other? I forgot what his name was, but I can make a list. I'll make a list. There's way more. Like the puniti will always be there. It will always be there, gentlemen. Okay, you focus on you, and when you're ready to deal with these female creatures, then do your thing and tell her to leave. Hell, pay her to leave if need be. Shit, I don't give a fuck. As long as you focus on you and your purpose, I don't give a shit. As long as you don't sign that marriage contract, I don't give a fuck. But Carrie, what is your overall thoughts on this?
Well, everything you guys said is true. Like, there's no point on wasting your time on people that are going to want to use you and they hate you at the same time. It's like they hate you, but they want you around, not because they care about you, but because you're a usable resource. So you don't need to really respect their values. Disrespect your values. And if you respect yourself, other people that aren't, that don't hate you will see that you respect yourself. And if you are improving on yourself, they will see you as like a role model to look up to. So my idea is not to force other people to like preach the word of, oh, I'm doing this or this or this. I would say I do this. You don't have to follow what I do. You can just look what I do, and if I'm doing the right things, try and implement it in your life. That's all I can actually say. It's technically that we're Christians are supposed to like, be moral people and follow certain rules and have decent lives, but that's not happening anymore. So if like throughout history, in every religion is like or culture, having morals is always beneficial. Yeah, you might lose out sometimes, but would you really want to sleep with this girl that's probably slept with 5 guys in one night before, like the night before you? Or do you want to like save yourself from headache or potentially get, or like, hey, if something really goes bad, you can get a child or she might abort the child. So yeah, it's just like a lot of trouble. Just focus on yourself mainly. And when you feel like the time's right and you found potentially the right person, please be as diligent as possible.
I definitely agree with that, man.
Good advice.
But tomorrow, gentlemen, I will do another stream. I do not know the topic I want to talk on just yet, but just give me a second. But there will be a stream at around early afternoon tomorrow. It won't be late at night like today because Undead Chronic, he had a live stream today. But tomorrow it would definitely be sometime in the afternoon, so you can listen to me while you're working, driving, all that craziness. But thank you for hanging on for pretty much 5 hours. It's another long stream. I didn't expect to have a stream this long today, but the conversation was too good. It was too good. Thank you, Gray, and Carry On for joining.
Well, thank you as always for hosting.
Oh, no problem, man. I'm gonna speak to you in VC later on as well. But thank you for joining, everybody. This is Sir Yeetus. Hopefully, you guys had your daily dose of red pills, and I am out. Peace.
Peace.